3, 2, 1. Three, 3, 3, 2, 1. What's going on, everybody? This is the Ash on Comics, late night comics with RDV and Ash, myself. I'm assuming you can hear me because I'm seeing feedback in the chat that's saying that's a lot of threes. So I'm not seeing any feedback on my end that I have any sound. Why don't you go ahead and say something, RDV? How you doing?
Hi, this is RDV, and welcome to Late Night Comics, featuring RDV and the one, the only, Ash on Muted Comics.
Yeah, I don't see any feedback on Streamlabs. It's showing me essentially that uh, we're not showing any audio. I can't tell. This is let me check
I
that
don't
out.
know. I'm typing the chair. No, they can hear us. They can hear us now.
All right, cool. I just tested my iPad, so I guess we're audio. This is it sucks when you don't have any visual cues. I don't have a producer behind the scenes like to monitor me. So cool, guys. Professional as always. Nothing but the AAA production values here at Ashon Comics. Um, we're here with another episode of Late Night Comics, and it's a late night stream show where we just talk about comics. And it's me and RDV as your current host for tonight. If you'd like to guest on and talk about comics with us, get in touch. I'm sure we can make some sort of arrangements. What are you doing? How you doing, man?
I am doing good. It is been a kind of busy day for me, but also it's been kind of nice. It's we had some rain today, a some hail and stuff, but it's cleared up. It's not too freaking warm anymore. We're going down to like lower 60s here, which is kind of nice. It's been like muggy for the past like 2 months, so it's kind of nice to go back to like a normal.
Yeah,
So,
you say it's nice now until it gets to the winter. You're like, no, go back.
dude, I'm sweating when it hits 40. So I'm like those people you see living in Alaska. When it reaches 40, it's like, ah, man, I gotta like wear a t-shirt and shorts. Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah, well, better than you
I'm
than me, then I guess. Oh, I
I'm
can't
an
I can't
Alaska.
say the heat's any better.
We're close to the ice age up here. When it starts melting here because of climate change, we start dying off.
Oh, oh, maybe climate change is a good thing. I kid.
I'd never have to come on the show. Yeah.
Let's say hello to the good people that are gracing us with their presence tonight. Thank you guys all for being here. Tehillim is the first one in the chat. So congratulations on being first. HR is second, and Zach rounding up third best. um, Let's see. We got Skip and Tosh is also here. Good to see you. We got some looking for familiar names. Rhaegar. We got some weird comic frog in the chat. Ed Brewer, my Pink Floyd brother. Uh, Good thing you weren't
Dude,
on Englantine's stream a couple was about a week ago, man. They were was it a week ago? They were trashing Pink
two,
Floyd, and I was
two,
like, it's a good thing Ed's not here.
oh, oh.
So
That might be
oh
the
well.
auction. I
It
thought
was
that's what it
somewhere
was, man.
I couldn't
I
keep
don't know.
track, but everyone was just talking crap about Pink Floyd, and I
Rhaegar
was
is saying
sad.
if I go to Florida, I'll melt. No, I'll be hot and sticky and annoyed by the mosquitoes probably. If anything, if I'm going down to Florida, I want to see the giant pythons versus alligators. That's what I want to see. Like I want to. It's like it'd be like a movie
I want to see Florida Man versus alligators.
versus pythons.
That's for the sequel. That's for,
Because literally, that's all I heard about. Like in 2020, it's like pythons are invading the glades and so on. So I'm like, wait, am we gonna get giant like the monster movies now in Florida? How can you trash Pink Floyd? Easy. Throw the CD in the trash can. Oh.
oh man, that's like throwing a Frank Miller comic in a trash can.
But the funny thing about that, there's no such thing as a CD anymore. Everyone has iTunes, so you
I
can't
don't
physically throw away. Can't throw
I don't
anything. You
I
can.
don't have iTunes. What are you talking about?
Majority of the kids growing up today now, going up the new generation, I doubt they have CDs. They're like, what the hell's a CD?
Yeah, that's true. The Generation Z is
I got Spotify. Wait, there's records? What are records?
right. Yeah, it's kind of sad the music and I mean in some ways it's cool because the music industry is more open than ever, you know? It used to be
Yeah,
like you had to, we used to joke about like you'd sell your soul to become a rock star or something because the record companies had such a tight grip and now anyone can make an album, put it on Bandcamp. I used to be Google Play Music because Google's just terrible at naming shit. Um,
yeah.
but it was their music service, and I used to pay for that. And then they got rid of it because they bundled it all into their YouTube Music, which I hate, but whatever. Um, so I've been paying for that service forever. And one of the things I love about that service is a lot of like minor. You can just be like an indie kind of artist, self-publish your own music, and you can get it on uh, Google's platform. I don't know what it takes to get on Spotify, but
I don't
so I
know.
have access. I have access to like everything through YouTube Music, and then
I
plus I get no ads on YouTube. It's like an extra
yeah.
bonus.
I mean, I'm just the whole thing of the whole music industry is just it's funny the change because we and you are both old enough to remember it's like when people had to bring in mixtapes in order to like get like
Mixtapes.
that was your debut tape, your cassette tape you had. You'd bring it to like the executive or whatever, and then they'd like like you'd hope that they'd like you and sign you, but now and then cassettes went away in the early I would say mid 2000s. I'd say probably 2005 to 2009 10 maybe. I mean that's stretching it as far as that. I mean where I live, there are still cassettes, but only in like thrift stores. Same with CDs now. CD is pretty much gone from Best Buy. They've gone. Walmart has a few, but it's weird seeing all these records popping back up everywhere. Like, because like people are like, wait, it sounds better on vinyl. Why the hell do I have it on CD or cassette? it's no, uh,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
funny to see the revival of vinyl. It really is.
yeah. I get a record store by me. They still have like the band T-shirts, the records, used and brand new records now. Like people are really like are putting like the new music that's coming out today is being put on record. I'm listening thinking like why? Like
You
because
know,
remember when records used to be for like the good actually it's good sounding music.
well, I don't know about that. Records are for
But
everyone, RDV, just like comics. And to tie this into comics, I want to say like one of the interesting things I find about the vinyl industry is that it's recognized kind of a similar thing that I think comics needs to recognize, and that is
They're
the
vintage.
collectability, the
Yep.
vintageness, like the nostalgia. Like I think people who are into music, I should say people who are into vinyl. I assume they're also into music, but if you're, because I'm not a vinyl person, but I understand it because I'm a comics guy and I know people who are into vinyl. And what's cool about it is that collection. Like when you see like they take pride in their vinyl collection, they're able to listen to it in a way that you just can't get through a digital experience. That the way way music sounds on analog on a good system, it's just different. Whether you care about it or not, may that's everyone's miles are going to vary. But then you also get a vinyl is a really big uh as far as a piece of physicality, it's got a big form factor, which makes it inconvenient to store. It's not portable, but it's really nice if you care about like artwork. And music has been tied to like cover art on records.
Yeah.
It's a
Yep.
big thing. I mean, like even Marvel, like comics, like they did a whole like hip hop covers theme like 10 years ago. Um, so,
A lot
if
of
you have like
a
a
lot of
little
movies.
cassette
Yeah.
tape, I remember when I was a kid, I even recognized that. I was like, because I did when I started getting music, when I got into music as a kid, I thought records were cool and I got into records. Um, but when I got cassette tapes, I was always like, man, the art's so small. With the vinyl, you get a
Well,
and sometimes you get a nice book inside, and it's just
yeah.
the presentation is just nicer.
Yeah, the cassette could say some actually like you paid more for like and all since it had the pull out it would fold the cover would actually fold out and you're like you get all this the song plus you also get like information about the band. I always thought that was
Yeah.
kind of cool. CDs you kind of you some had inserts like that, not always.
I
You
think
know,
CDs did it better than cassettes, but
well
records,
you
you
get a
could do it
bigger
even better. You could like have like almost like a
yeah
magazine inside it because that form factor.
yep
Not everyone's did it. Sometimes you just had a disc inside, and when but I think what's happening now with the vinyl resurgence is it's catering towards that niche collector. So I think when you buy something on album, you're getting a premium product, not just a corporate like, oh here, make it as cheap as possible. You know, they
yep
know that they're catering to fans, and I think that's the same thing kind of with comics, right? We're seeing it a big deal in the indie comics. Skip, being in the chat reminds me of one
yeah
such comic company that really kind of grinds my gears, but I also respect them. What they're doing is Bad Idea, and if I don't know if you've ever seen a Bad Idea comic in your like physical, like held it in your hands, they're absolutely catering towards the the comic enthusiast. Like when you hold that book, you're like, man, every aspect of this book was thought out from the cover, not just like the art and stuff, but I'm talking like the physicality, the paper, the printing process, everything. You're like, this is a premium product by people who care about this form and are making it for fans of this factor. Like it's just, and I think the
yeah
industry should take notice of this. And with like the music industry did with vinyl, I think the comic industry needs to step in and go, we need to cater to that because digital, it's easy to read books. I buy books on Comixology because I get them cheap. If I can get a trade paperback for $5, I'll buy a digital. But I also go buy those nice hardcover, like the stuff I really love. I go get those. You want the criminal
yeah
hardcover. You know what I'm
yep I
talking
mean
about.
the deluxe card covers, and I think those actually a good way to get more people interested. If you really like a book, now like you see it comes in oversized, heck yeah, you're gonna buy. It's an impulse buy, and it comes with more features and it's far more not features, but more like backup stuff, information about the process. It's one of the reasons why I like the Walking Dead Deluxe, man, because like the way they thought it out is like, we'll do it in black and white because most books, weren't really black and white comic books. And now, not only that, they're like, you know what? They could easily just put in a color and that's it. It'd be like as a cash grab for you to listen to Deluxe. But no, they actually put his notes in there. Stuff like he actually was writing down as he was like thinking of the story. Like the little storyboard art. So I thought that was like really cool for Kirkman to do that. I mean, I wish more people would, if you're gonna reprint something or really release it, do a director's cut, you know? Because director cuts have been doing that with the DVDs, and that's one of the bonus of buying DVDs. You get the director's cut. You're like, well, I get this bonus 5 more minutes. plus the making of comic books need that. And for a while, we were getting director cut of comic books. Actually, if I recall, that was a
Yeah,
couple
they were
years
doing
back.
that director's cut thing, and that annoyed me actually. But I don't think you're exactly
Yeah,
I don't think what you're asking for is exactly the director's cut. I think what you're asking for is like the equivalent of the deluxe edition. Like when you get a movie for like a DVD and they have like here's the normal edition DVD and here's like the deluxe version that comes with like all the extra like behind the scenes stuff and then it comes with
I
like an
want the
extra art
collectability.
book and it comes with
Why?
and it's just
Yeah,
like a better production. Like
I want the collectability comic. I want the one that's actually like low. And as if they do it right, they print low numbers of that of that. So it becomes the person who buys it. Not only is that you're getting more information, kind of cool stuff as being a fan, but
yeah,
it's more valuable because it's printed lower the numbers. So
right.
that's what they need to do. But you know, I the thing is, at Marvel and DC, I don't think they'll ever understand that. Now these little indie books are starting to do that. Although there, and it's not true though. There are actually this is weird. We always talk about variants. We hate variants. The Flash was doing this. There'd be a demand. We have second printings, and sometimes they'd have a really cool artist on the second, uh, printed cover, and it's because it's a low print number. It was actually worth more than the original covers. So
For sure. I mean, collectability is absolutely tied into scarcity. The more rare something is,
yeah,
the more likely it's going to have value. Of course, you need demand. If no one cares about it, no one cares about it. But
yeah,
um,
true.
I don't want to go off on a tangent.
I
But
know. Go
that
ahead.
always made me question. To this day, I still don't understand. I mean, I understand, but first printings are almost always the more like collectible. The second printing, third printing, fourth
Sure.
printing, no one cares. Like dollar bin. But in actuality, the second printings, third printings, fourth printing, like have way less print run than the first printing. There are cases where, you know, especially in today's day and age, a second printing probably has 5 to 10% of the print run of the first printing. Think about that. Think about the first printing have 20 times more copies in print than the second printing, but it's worth more. And
Yeah, I would say the cut down on the variants of if you I mean, if you want to have three or four, that's cool for a title, whatever. But none of this where like it's A through J. This is ridiculous and
A
stuff.
through J.
Like, yeah, I know,
Well,
right?
what's really ridiculous is when you can't you all the letters of the alphabet are not enough.
Yeah,
Wasn't it like
but I
Iron
mean,
Man when they did Iron Man's 50 what was it that there was a couple years back there was a big anniversary Iron Man or they relaunched something. They had like over 50 Iron Man covers. Remember they did like just a variation of his suits like each cover was like the same art but it was just a variation of his suit and there was like 50 of them. It was like come
yeah,
on.
I said I
50?
would I would rather just have where there's a limited quantity of the first one, and then once that runs out, you're stuck with the second one, and that is even more limited quantity. So actually, the first cover printing and the second printing, are both valuable, no matter which one you get. You know, like that's what they need to do. Limit as far as that.
The
Now,
thing is you
if the very no, I'll just do it real quickly. If you are basically only reason you're basically afraid not to, or you're afraid to sell books without using a variant because you should never use variants as a crutch to sell your book. The Flash is cool. Man, I don't really need the variants, because a lot of the A covers are great, but the story is great too in the inside.
Go lay down.
But a lot of these other books and companies, they'll put
Lay
a
down
book out
over
there
there.
and they think, well, look at Spider-Man right now.
Perfect.
Spider-Man
Go lay
sucks.
down.
The current Spider-Man story. So what they do is they actually put out all these variants there with other artists to try to clickbait you and again it's look, we got this great cover. But then you look in the inside, it's like, well, this book sucks. Why should I get this awesome variant for a title I'm not collecting? It's just they're desperate to get your money and they know their product sucks. It like I said, I would rather just have second or third printings of a book that's actually worth it. I remember they used to do that with the Thor books back when Straczynski was writing it. Some of them actually got the point where they had a second or third printing because there was this very popular time for comic books. Marvel was doing great. You had Siege and all this stuff. But now it's become variants or become a crutch because they know their books won't sell unless you have a fantastic artist. And they put like Alex Ross or some of these other awesome artists, and they put them on like the 1 in 50, so you're forced to buy more of a product. We wouldn't need to buy one of them if it wasn't for that cover. It's a scam, but
Yeah, well, I mean, you're not forced to buy more. They just know that people
they
are
know you
going to
will.
buy more, and they
Yes.
can't resist that extra scratch.
Yep.
Um, and I think it's for one, it's kind of unfortunate because I think long term it hurts their business. But I think short term, it's like, okay, well, if we just did one cover, I mean, I'm going to make bogus numbers here, but just for an example, if we could say, well, just a single cover, we're going to make a number one issue and it's going to sell 50,000. But if we make like five different covers, we can maybe increase those sales, and especially if we put some of them as incentive covers, so shops have to
Yeah.
order more to get them, we can bump those sales up to like 80,000. And you go, oh well, that's great. Let's like do that. And I understand that from the short term sense of like, oh, that's. But if ultimately down the road, that all that does is it pushes your customers out, it's not worth it. That $30,000 bonus that you got on this one sale isn't worth the years of loyalty from thousands of customers that are just leaving the industry. I think it's short sighted, and I think that's
Yeah.
what the comics the mainstream industry for sure needs is someone with vision to come back and say, you know what, we got to resist the temptation for these short term bonus sales and think about the long term viability of this industry and like actually just make it go back to the heyday when you didn't need covers like that. People just bought your comics because they were just super enthused about books, like
You had one cover for Avengers in the early days. Same with Spider-Man. I think it was the '90s introduced the variants, right? Or late '80s, but
I don't
maybe
remember what
Virgin.
the first variant is, but
I think they were their Virgin covers. That they were no title. They're the Virgin. That was considered the variant, right?
no,
And the,
virgins are more of a new thing. The earliest, I'm sure there was probably variants before this, but the first one
yeah,
I remember was the Spider-Man wedding. Um,
yeah,
and they basically had the newsprint or newsstand version versus the direct market version.
yep,
Um, and I thought that was kind of interesting. Um, and then later on, like when Todd McFarlane got his Spider-Man, there were there were technically like six different SKUs for it. I don't remember exactly, but there were two covers. There was all these different SKUs because you had the polybag version, you had the non-polybag version, then you had the
okay, yeah.
newsstand, then you had the direct version, you had
That's
the.
what I'm thinking. So Glinzer says foil and hologram variants. That's what I was thinking. The venticular, or like what's it called? That word
Those
where
weren't
the you turn.
variants though, they were just sort of like gimmick covers. That was the big thing in the early
Yeah,
90s,
yeah.
was just basically do a gimmick cover and charge more for it. Because if you did a foil cover, those books could sometimes be like twice as much,
Yeah.
you know?
Now,
Um,
now
and
to
we
be
all
fair,
paid for it. We were like, oh, neat, it's
yeah.
shiny. It's
So Skip is saying, he likes, yeah, he basically says you might like the artist that does the cover, just like people collect Picasso. Some collectors collect Danny Archim's, and yeah, I don't mind it a one incentive cover, but I mean, when you have like 12, and then like, man, like I'm just curious to see how many people are going out and buying those other covers versus buying, the normal A or B. Or is a comic not selling that well because it's just too many freaking covers out? You know, I don't know. Like I said, I love Artgerm. I know Nick Lee's he's all right. Danny's I'm starting to grow on Danny's art, but I mean Alex Ross, but being like who do they brought back somebody for like this the new Avengers book that's supposed to come out next week. And they basically took an artist who's been dead since 2006, and put his art on an incentive cover 1 in 50. Forgot who it was, but I was just like, it's like, dang, they're just pulling out like artists, like work from like from the archives, just
Oh
to try
yeah,
to
I
sell
mean,
these
I
books.
saw it was. I mean, I think it was this year. There was a book that they had like a Kirby cover.
Yeah,
I was like,
it's
all right, yeah. I mean, they have, yeah, they've got stock art from that
uh,
they've have, whatever. I'm not
yeah,
super like
the
I
Stark
don't
Hives,
like
I
the
call it.
variant. I don't like variants. I really just wish comics would just have a cover and that's it. However, I've really eased back on my complete dislike. I used to just be like, screw that. And
Well,
nowadays the way I look at it more is, you know what? Honestly, I think variants can actually help collectability. And I really am a collector mindset. I love the fact that your comic can become potentially worth tons of money. It's the excitement of collecting trading cards and things like that. Oh, I got the so and so's rookie cards were That's neat. I like that. And maybe there's going to be a variant cover that's rare and like no one thought about it, but it's like the first appearance of so and so on this cover. Like that's all neat. But what I don't like is the predatory practice that's used. Like those covers kind of incentivize the companies to do. Like Marvel and DC really abuse the hell out of it, and they realize that people buy extra number one issues, right? No one really cares about issue 58, right? I mean, they're gonna buy it if they're collecting it, if it's a good and or if it's a good story, or but no one's like, oh my god, issue 50, like it's just a number. The- But everyone cares about number one. Everyone, if you're in a like, oh, there's a new number, Batman number one, like they're on to that. And Marvel's been doing this for almost a decade now, and now DC's starting to come into it, and it's like basically we're rebooting series like every year to go back to number one. And on top of that, they know everyone wants to get the number ones, and it's like, oh, now there's all these variant covers. That's usually where you see all the variances in the number ones, right? You don't ever see like issue number 58 with
yeah.
5, 10, 15 different variant covers. No, like it's always on some sort of big milestone because that's where they know they can entice the buyer to spend that extra money. Ooh, this is a special book. You got to get. I mean, I remember when Detective Comics 1000 came out, Action Comics 1000 came out, my comic book store was selling bundle packs of all the covers like in a bundle. So like Detective Comics 1000, there was 10. I mean, there were more than 10 covers, but there were 10 of the basics. All the rest were incentives. Let's say we're not in the bundle. So all the non-incentive ones, there was 10. It's a $10 book. So it's like, here's $100 pack. Like, really? And they had
Uh,
multiple packs, like, and people were buying it. And DC and Marvel, they know this, and so they keep trying to push that. And that's why we're getting an Amazing Fantasy 1000 coming up here in a couple months, right? Because Marvel knows, oh, gotta get that. If we put a number 1000 on this fake book, and then how many covers do you think are going to be on it? Tons. It's that
I was
practice of trying to, it's sleazy. Skip is correct. It's not a scam, borderline. I can see why people argue it. It's enticement, but it's kind of a slimy to me.
In conclusion, I'll say when they start putting as much effort as they put into these variant covers into the actual main book, then I'll give a damn about these companies. But right now, it's the point where I'm cherry picking from Marvel and DC, whereas back in the day, man, not even 10, 12 years ago, I was actually getting actually more titles from them. But they care more about variants and they care about actual quality, writing. But it's sad, But there's always a bright side to everything. I got to check out more indie books. So,
Dave, I'm not going to butcher this name. Sorry, David. David Federighi. He's in chat. He says Amazing Fantasy comes out Wednesday. So there you go.
the
Get your
hardcover.
amazing.
Oh,
No,
oh
it's
wait,
a
wait, oh, sorry,
Amazing
yeah, it's
Fantasy 1000.
uh, yeah. I think wasn't Peter J. Tomasi in that? I know he's involved in something that's supposed to be coming out with other writers. Though I saw it was like $8, I'm like, at first I was like, oh, it's Peter J. Tomasi. I was like, cool, read this. And I was like, no, because I saw I saw the rest on there. I was just like, I'm good.
Oh, wasn't that I think Wes over at Thinking Critical just did a video on some sort of DC back to school
Yeah.
special.
Yep. That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Let me
I
see if
was
I can
looking, I was like,
actually
it's called DC Back to School. I think that's what it's called actually. And I
let's
was
see if
looking, I was yeah, I was looking at it and I was just like, okay, Becky Cloonan isn't that bad. I mean, I've read by worse people, but I'm looking at like I think was Vita on there. I can't remember if Vita was on there, but it was like it was someone else on there that just like as soon as I saw the name, I was like, I'm done. No, I'm just out. But I mean, like it sucks because I want to read the Peter J. Tomasi story, but I don't want to pay for all the other crap. Just sell me his story. Give me a collection of Peter J. Tomasi stories. Like, give me I want the Tomasi pack. Where's that? Give me the bundle. Like, I want to be able to pick and choose what stories I want, to read out of these books, not be forced to pay like for all the other crap.
all right, I'm gonna put up on the screen here. Uh this is Adventures in Poor Taste, which is
DC
a
Saved by
very
the Bell. That's
very ironic name for uh yeah, so this is the video that I saw Wes did, and it's just like, and he nails it. I don't even really want to, I don't do videos like this anymore because there's people out there doing really quality
Zeus.
work.
Amanda
And
Waller as a teacher.
and Wes is one of those people, and he nailed it. He said something about like how this they don't even know, or maybe it was Perch. I get them mixed up a lot. I watch both their videos. One of them had said, they talk about like who's the target audience for this. Like DC's primary target audience is 40-year-old males. That is the bulk of people buying DC. Now, does it mean that's all of them? That there's no other? No, of course not. They're all over the
Target for
place.
this is your teenage to early 20s girls
No, no. But
who
here's
aren't going to
the
buy
point.
this.
No, but the point is 13-year-old boys aren't buying these comics, right? And so they're basically making product for people that don't exist. And not that they
I think
don't
13-year-old boys are buying Fortnite. They're not reading comics.
exactly. That's that right. No, that was kind of the point. And so it's like, why are you making these books? Why don't you make books that actually target the audience that's buying your books? Why don't you try to milk them? Like you clearly understand that the collectors want number ones and they want variants, and so you do those things and you cater to them, but you don't actually understand like your the what they want out of their product as far as like actually reading it. And unfortunately, I think it's a mix of a bunch of things. I think there's the
Yeah.
the loud vocal minority. You've got the people that scream the loudest or in the smallest percentage. Everything that something's wrong. It's like it's like you're screaming about this book, but you're not even the person that buys it. But he also makes another good point, which I liked, and he's like talks about the Super Sons, and he's like, here, if you're gonna actually sell comics to preteen boys, Super Sons was your perfect vehicle for this. Like,
Yep.
and it was a successful book. It's a well-loved book to this day. People, I see Tehillim in the chat right now, and his avatar is Super Sons. Like, he loves Super
Dude,
Sons.
I thought this was gonna be a Super Sun story here. I was like, oh, this is kind of great, Tomasi. And then I looked at, I said, I look if you go down, scroll down, it should list all the other writers are in there.
Yeah. And so Peter Tomasi apparently writes a Super Sons story in here. And it's an anthology
Yeah,
book, so you're
yeah,
gonna get a bunch of short
yeah.
things. And like you guys should watch a video for more details on it. But he was disappointed because apparently even Tomasi, there's a scene where I think it's this book. I hope I'm not mixing up books, but I believe it was this one where there's a story about the Super Sons saving, like they're in school and with some boy who's Jew non-binary or something. It's all about pronouns, and I'm just like, what the hell, Tomasi? Like, what happened? Like, come on. And I don't necessarily even fault him 100%. Like, this all comes from DC management, right? Writers are going to write whatever they're going to write. People have their beliefs about that and this or that, but ultimately, this needs to come down from the top. Kind of like what we're seeing at the really big top with David Zaslav, and just being like, you know what? Let's just get rid of this shit. For 80 years, DC Comics was not about telling people what their gender pronouns should be. We don't need to throw that in now, right? It's fine. You can just read fun
Yeah.
adventures, right? Doesn't mean
I think s
it doesn't mean if you have pronouns that you're a bad person. It means that we don't need it in our book. You, Superman is not about your pronouns. It's about him saving the world and setting a good example. That's it. Do those
I
stories. If
mean
you have pronouns, you can still enjoy it. If you don't have pronouns, you can still enjoy it. Let's make comics for everyone. Remember, I remember like 4 or 5 years ago when that crowd was telling me comics are for everyone. Well, let's actually make them for everyone.
Right. Can I speak now, or are you still ranting?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm done. Go ahead. Thank you for indulging me, RDB.
You're welcome. Uh, the name that kind of turned me off when I saw this, I saw that Tim Seeley's got a story in here. I was like, I was like, dude, PJ Tomasi's here, and so is Dan Waters.
I know, but Tomas, if I'm correct, and I could, and I am a little bit of Biden brain sometimes, but I believe the Tomasi story is the one I just said, where that's about
Yeah,
being in school and a kid gets bullied because of his pronouns, and it's just like, oh Jesus. And if I'm telling you what, if I'm a 13-year-old boy, I don't want to read some story about a kid being bullied for his pronouns and the bat
yeah.
super sons have to beat up the bully. It's like this is
So
dumb.
I want to say this
This is so
though.
dumb.
Not only for $10 that you can get all these cool stories, but you can also get a variant by Riley Rossmo on top of it. No one, no takers, nobody wants it. Uh, but
Um, okay.
I'm just saying, Riley Rossmo. On top of this book, do all this stuff, you actually have Riley Rossmo variant cover, which I know Helium's gonna get because he just loves like seeing Robin and all those guys in Riley Rossmo form. Yeah.
Skip is confirming me. He says yes, it is the Tomasi story, which I've highlighted
Uh,
here. It's called Back to School.
Tim Seeley was better when he was writing Hack Slash. After that, I didn't care for anything he wrote because then he also got such a huge ego that just grew and grew to the point where it's just like I just don't care to read anything by him anymore. But maybe I don't know. Maybe his story in here will be good. Maybe Blackie Clunan's will be good. I have no idea until I
Now,
actually read it.
take a look at this page right here. I'm not reading
Mm.
any of the dialogue. I'm just looking at the page just as a glance. Does any of that look interesting to you? Like, don't read what it says. Just glance at it and go, "Ooh, tell me more." Or does it look just totally boring? Like if you're a kid, especially, put yourself in a 13-year-old boy's shoes. Do you, people just
Reminds me
standing
of
around watching protesters? Like this is
you
like
know
something you'd be at school. Like,
you know what it
hey,
reminds
we're
me of?
gonna go ahead.
I was gonna say it reminds me of America Chavez, like the museum part where they have like the caveman and all that stuff, where they're having like tour of all the school, the college. So I mean, just looking at this, I'm like, this looks like it's like, oh, we're gonna get another educational thing.
Yeah, this looks dull and
Like, I don't
dry. This
care.
looks like this looks like something that's made for school to like give to the kids to be like this educational comic. Like I remember when I was in 4th grade, one of the things that helped get me into comics, ironically enough, and I wish I still had this. It would be so cool if I was collecting comics back then and I knew to save it. But we went through in 4th grade and we had this thing where like they brought in like a dentist into class and like we got a whole education on about the proper way to like brush your teeth. And I'm sure probably a lot of people went through something similar. um I don't know if they still do this, so it might be a generational thing, but we went through and we like had to take these like tablets and you chewed on them and then like made your mouth all like red, like colored, like they were like basically like a dye, and you had like spit it out, but it would like show you the plaque on your teeth. And we got this
You
big
know,
education of how to properly brush your teeth. And then the whole thing after the presentation and everything and learning, you got to go home with like your own new toothbrush and your little toothpaste thing. And then they also gave you this comic book, which I remember it was a
yeah.
Teen Titans comic book, but it was a specially made comic book for this program, this government program to like teach kids like oral hygiene. And I wish that I had this book. It'd be I don't know if it's probably not collectible, but it would still
So
be like nostalgic.
this would be funny if they're like you're teaching like and always like, yeah, back in the day, it's just online, teaching people about segregation back in the day. It's a new thing because remember DC futuristic world, fantasy stuff. Everybody puts on like they're all putting VR goggles on so they can like do this. Kind of cool. Now the great thing we like is like, oh, so I mean, like, look at all the Nazis back then, and it's I want to have him correct you. He's like, you're an idiot. Like I just want him like if you're gonna do something like this, like it would just throw me. It would just such an awesome thing if they just turned around and just made the one girl sound like an idiot because she's the specific uh know it all and he basically having the guy like whoever's teaching or like John Stewart or whatever teaching him about how segregation is being brought back down by the people. Like if you're gonna bring politics in it, I want him to have like there should be a counterbalance for politics. Not everything is all left propaganda. I want to have like right propaganda too. Like I want to see both sides.
I don't want any propaganda, but
You know what? But I'm just saying I want the not really
I
propaganda.
understand where
Yeah,
you're coming from. It
yeah.
balance is better than no balance, but
Because if I saw that in a comic book today, that was like it makes you like, oh, it's just gonna be woke, and all of a sudden it turns around, it's like, holy crap! Can you imagine the outrage?
right. Another way to have balance is to just not have it. Like just don't put it in there. You don't have to worry about it.
I
But I
mean,
mean,
all comics.
I'm not
Well,
even looking at the dialogue. I have no idea I mean, I can guess what the
is this supposed to be a superhero book or is this supposed to be an educational book?
I
I
can
mean,
guess what the
superhero.
politics are, but I'm not addressing
Yeah,
the politics. What I'm saying is it
I'm
just
just
looks
I'm just saying,
dull
what is this?
AF.
What
Like,
what comic is this from?
I
What
don't
was the name of this comic?
it's the back to school.
Oh, it's Black Lightning. Okay, that's what it is.
It it's just but it just I just feel like the writers of these books are just like
Well, Black
constantly
Lightning.
feel like they need to tell us how to live rather than tell us escape stories about
Yeah,
cool fantasy shit. Like it's all about lecturing all the
true.
time,
It
you
shouldn't be.
know.
It should be in a kid's book. I mean, but I understand it's Black Lightning. Black Lightning was, I thought he was a gym teacher or something like that. But I guess he's a teacher still. And this, and then they actually remember that he's a teacher, which is kind of funny because I thought Black Lightning was just an old 40-year-old guy that is like he just doesn't want to be a hero anymore.
You
And
know a cool way to make Black Lightning a teacher and tell fun stories is to have him run around with like maybe the outsiders and they're kind of like a little bunch of misfits and they're doing stuff wrong and he like uses his knowledge in like different sciences and things like
yeah,
chemistry and like oh you can do this and blah 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 like and actually educates them on real world like just knowledge. Like you can have
yeah,
teachers
but
teach more than just
yeah.
social science. Like
So
there's
Skip, I read erratic. I have no problem with erratic, although some of the art got a little bit creepy towards the end because some of the kids, big heads.
I love
Uh,
erratic.
no, but I mean, I would love to see that in a DC or Marvel book. Can you imagine what they did with erratic? That how they took their turn. The politics made everybody who's a liberal crazy. I'd love to see that and just pop up in a Marvel DC book, just without warning. You're just reading also, it like just pops up.
All right,
Mainly,
speaking
I just
of
want to
let's go to good comics here. Um, I wanted to
keep
talk about
going,
this. I got
keep
no.
going.
What do you mean keep going?
You said good comics. I don't
You
want
don't
to.
know anything about this. What are you talking about?
The luchador vampire. Keep going.
Yeah, what's wrong? You like vampires?
Not luchador vampire. It's just as
What's
weird.
how do you, what do you have against luchadors? You bigot towards Mexicans?
No, I don't want them as
Uh huh.
vampires. This we're
Why?
going back to the Bon Jovi movie, vampires.
Yeah, that was cool.
Ah, Mexican
Come on.
vampires. That's what you like.
No. Hey, now listen. Let me make my case before you get all rainy day on it.
Too
So
late.
this news popped out several weeks ago. Again, broken by Wes and Perch, who put way more effort into doing such things. But I'm the Mark Millar fan. I guess Perch is, but Mark Millar fan too. But um, this is exciting. I think whether or not you're a Mark Millar fan. So he's got several new books coming out. He's got his Miller World imprint over from Netflix. Mark Millar sold his company to Netflix, but Netflix continues to employ him to see it. Mark Millar's primary job is to develop film and TV content for Netflix. But Mark loves comics so much, he basically makes comics for free. He makes comics because he wants to continue making comics and he doesn't just uh yeah, if he develops something for Netflix and he thinks, oh hey, this would be a fun comic too, he basically produces a comic for it. And so I think he was saying like half or maybe a little bit more of the stuff that he's actually developing for Netflix. This is where this comes from. But anyways, that's just a little backstory. Um, one of the things he wants to do is shake up the industry. He's a fan like the rest of us, and he understands that comics are too pricey and so forth. And so he's doing an experiment with one of his new books, which is called Nightclub, and he's bringing the price point down to $1.99, not $2.99, David, $1.99. So um, I highly encourage people, if you're a comic fan, give this book a try. Even if you are bigoted towards luchadors like RDV, or if you're not super into
I'm just
vampires
tired. I'm
like
just
me.
tired of Hollywood making all vampires pretty much Mexicans.
Oh, that's not
It's
the
kind of
thing.
it's
Come
kind of
on.
racist, bro. From dusk till
Um,
dawn. Going on.
so
Oh,
this is actually an idea that's very kind of similar to a comic that Zdarsky has right now. Um, at least on the from the pitch side, and the concept of vampires being heroes. Um, the pitch that I heard is that this is about these guys, or I don't know if they're kids or what, but they're vampires. And I think the reason they have luchador masks is because it's sort of like
they're
their secret
Mexican.
identity thing. And they're using their powers to try to be heroes, but they're vamp. Um, Chip Zdarsky has a similar book, I think, called Night
Rednecks.
Shift.
Or
I don't know, but it's a comicsology, one of those comicsology originals, which I've been meaning to read, but I just haven't because I do like the concept. I don't think
there was a
Mark
Night Force
plagiar
back in the day, but
I don't think Mark plagiarized. I don't know, but my point is, it's $1.99, and for everyone, if you're like me and you think comics are too expensive, which I think they are, I think $3.99 is already too expensive. I don't buy DC. I almost, because the $5.99 price point on Batman books was just like too much. I was like, I just can't support this. And I get some people that's not a big deal. Everyone's disposable income is different. Everyone's priorities are different, but I do think that the the cost factor of these books is going through the roof. It's bad for business, and I would like to see creators, publishers that are trying to do these books for cheaper price be rewarded. And I just think that we need to put our money where our mouth is. If this looks like total crap to you, I understand ain't gonna pass, but maybe buy issue number 1 and see if it works. And
one
if
of the
it is
last
something you're
boys
gonna
comic
do,
book.
if it is something you are gonna try because you're agreeing with me and say, "Hey, Ash, you're right. I would like to see comics be at $1.99." Because if this succeeds, Mark will definitely do more. If it fails, then we're gonna get $3.99 books again, and probably go up to $4.99 because of inflation. So I want to see it succeed. I'm gonna absolutely support this book. Um, I am of course a Mark Millar shill a little bit, so uh, that that's the way it is. But I'm for this. I'm for Todd McFarlane doing 2.99 books. If you like his stuff, absolutely go get the Todd McFarlane stuff. Let's
Well,
try to show this industry that we want cheaper books, and we're willing to pay for them.
no, I agree. I want awesome stories with cheaper prices. I'm all for that. But
So here's the synopsis. If you're 17 years old and you've been bitten by a vampire, do you live in the shadows and drink human blood? Or do you use your newfound gifts for the dream life of a costume superhero like you've always wanted? You're bulletproof and you can crawl up walls, turn to mist, bats, or even a wolf. Why not have fun? Note, this series will be $1.99. Take that, Marvel and DC. So that is the official synopsis.
I would
Yeah, there
laugh
you
though.
go.
He says, "Take that, DC Marvel," and then it fails.
Well, then,
Hopefully it doesn't. I'm just saying it's just
we're the
like the
we're the
karma.
losers if that happens, right? Like, so. And
I
here's the
didn't
thing.
say take that.
And here's the thing. It doesn't mean anyone has to stop getting the Marvel and DC books they like. I'm not
No,
saying drop your Marvel and DC and get this instead. I'm just saying support this. If everyone goes out and says, you know what, I'm going to add this to my pull list in addition to all these other books, and again, it's only an extra $1.99 a month, super cheap, one book. Um, that will send a big message to the industry. And then the Marvel and DC books, maybe they'll drop their price. At the very least, they won't increase their prices. Maybe. Um, so
Miss So says she's been reading more and more stuff online because she just can't afford the price anymore. Plus, also try to survive. You know, I
yeah,
I
I my
mean,
pull list
California,
is
when you're California, or Illinois, or New York or whatever, with the prices, everything going on, you're buying less comic books because your living expenses have gone up. It's ridiculous. But yeah, but this though, $1.99, and I think the Spawn comics are still $2.99.
yep, all the Todd McFarlane, all the books from Todd McFarlane's camp are $2.99. Um,
You could buy two of these books instead of buying one crappy experiment.
Eric Breen says he's not cutting back on his Marvel and DC books to get this.
You've also been called the Mark
You can't
when it
cut
comes to
back
Mark.
more than Eric does. You can't go lower than zero. Um, let's see. Misso says, "Do you guys hear about Vault closing their offices and publishing at home?" I have not heard that.
What the hell's
Uh,
Vault? I only heard of
Vault
the drink.
Comics. You haven't heard of
Never
Vault
heard of them.
Comics?
Nope.
Hmm. You should check Vault
Maybe
out.
that's why they're closing.
As a matter of fact, that gives me an idea of what the next book for RDV to read will be, because Vault is where Rom V sort of made his kind of came out of several years back now. Um, these story called These Savage Shores came from Vault, and it rocked everybody. Everyone was just raving about it, and so it kind of made Vault like put them on the map, calling put Rom V on the map, and kind of catapulted
I,
him. Vault became kind of really known for good horror comics. Anyone who's into like horror sci-fi, Vault, that's kind of what their wheelhouse is. HR says, I'm definitely picking up Nightclub by Mark Miller. It's cheap and I can more comics on the side. Cool. And Eric's also definitely getting Nightclub. I think what Eric meant is he's going to the nightclub. Wow, wow. Eric's a party boy. Teelam says maybe if it was a different story I was interested, I'd get it, but I'd prefer to buy more expensive books.
I mean, I kind of want to go watch The Lost Boys now. I'm getting that. Give me a Lost Boys comic book.
Ay. You just can't please people. We deserve this industry raping us. Oh, that sucks. I hope
Wow,
they
wow,
finish the current
wow.
Rom V and Dan Waters books. Well, I think if they're still publishing, I guess they'll probably finish. But if they're publishing on their house,
Well,
that's not good.
well, the other
That's
thing is, though, Ash, I'm still reading the Mark Millar Superman books. So
well, maybe you'll be up or have an open mind and try this
I'll
out.
pick this up when it's a quarter.
Oh my goodness. I don't need trolls in the chat. I got one as a co-host. Um, yeah. So let's get into do you have any news stories that you want to talk about, or before we go?
um, I don't know. I've been as far as comic book stuff. Uh,
Just any industry stuff that's just something you want to talk about, or we can go on
I
to other books.
I really don't go on CBR and all these news sites. I kind of just like, oh, there's a new book on the shelf. I like that feeling. You know, I feel
Yeah.
like you read this kind of just is like, well, I'm not getting and this. Kind of makes you like, do I really want to go to the shop? All these crappy books coming out.
I don't know about you. This story excites me, man. This is one of the
Oh,
most
I know,
like,
but this is like I'm just talking about in general, not this story, but in general. There's a lot of
oh.
yeah.
Look, I grew up. My generation in comics is the Wizard generation. I don't know if were you ever around when Wizard was still printing. You weren't in comics at that time.
I didn't start reading comics till 2002, but I remember seeing Wizard. Yes, and my store actually has Wizard magazines. If I want to buy them for four
As
bucks
back
each.
issues. Well, when
Early
when Wizard was publishing current the Wizard magazine era, that was during, of course, the big image
90s.
boom,
Yeah, yeah.
like that was the comic boom era, and it was just I miss that. I really miss that sort of enthusiasm. I mean, I Wizard was on my pull list, and one of my
Wizard
favorite
was
things to do was to like
Yeah.
look in the upcoming things like, "Oh my god, what cool and exciting things are coming out." And you're right,
Yeah.
there is a lot of negativity just about like, "Oh, look at this sucky thing coming out." You know, you're like,
I'm sure you're looking at the cosplays, right? In the Wizard magazines,
uh, I was never a big cosplay person.
the Wildstorm characters.
And cosplay wasn't as big of it like compared to now, cosplay
Now
was
it
like
is, yeah.
a blip on
I
the
blame
radar.
I blame Instagram.
In fact, cosplay was so I mean, pretty much the only like back then we just called them booth babes. Like there wasn't
Yeah.
really cosplay. It was the
Well,
Japanese
that's
did cosplay, and
well, you
then
guys were sexist back then. They're not booth babes anymore. They're called female attendants.
no, now they're booth babes that don't need to get paid. They just volunteer their time. So, all right. I think a bunch of girls came into this industry and were like, "Oh my god, there is a wealth of men that I can get attention from if I just dress as a character and I look
What?
hot. If I dress as female Deadpool, I will get more male attention than I've ever had in my life."
I'll
Sorry.
just say this: cosplay it needs to go away. There's too many people cosplaying that should never be wearing speedos or tight outfits at all. I'm just saying. Like
I
you see all
I'm
it's like you see all the hot girls on Instagram, oh cosplaying, and then you go to actual Comic Con, it's like, whoa, that's not what I was sold on.
right.
So
Well, here's the thing. I'm not gonna ever harsh on someone's cosplay. If that you like dressing up as comic characters, more power to you. I've seen some really fun cosplay. I've seen some really great cosplay, and I've seen some really basic cosplay. And I think a lot of it, when you have the passion and you make it work, whatever you're doing, it's cool. I'm for it if that's your enthusiasm.
90s anime
But
cosplay.
if
Ugh.
you are dressing as hot cosplay, if you're the kind of girl who's like, oh, I'm going to take popular character, gender flip it to female, and put a sexy outfit like the Deadpool craze that went for like 10 years, um, and probably is still going. Actually, I don't know. I haven't been to a con in a long time, but uh, yeah, you better kind of have the body for that. Otherwise, there's no shame in cosplaying as something else. But if you're
I
gonna
look at
dress
I
up
look
as
yeah,
a
yeah.
sexy
I, just-
thing, like I guess
I
be
look at
sexy.
I look at the Japanese anime like cosplayers and just thinking like, now I understand why we have furries.
Yeah, yeah. Skip says he loved the Booth Babes reference in Bad Weekend and Brubaker Phillips. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Perfect. Bad Week. You got to read Bad Weekend sometime. That's a. I love how Brubaker gets comics. It's so cool.
Like I told
Um,
Skip this, I'm reading all the crime noir stuff around Brubaker before I give my soul to him
that's not a bad
because
idea.
I'll
That,
never read anything else afterwards.
that's not a bad idea. I'm currently reading through. I just started because I picked up that collection from our boy Englentine. It is cheapy auctions on Saturday nights. Plug 6 p.m. I think is it 5 or 6 p.m. Pacific now.
It's well, yeah, because it's 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Yeah.
5 p.m.
So
Pacific.
yeah,
Okay.
Pacific. Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, if those of you don't know, quick plug to Englentine. He does basic. I can't call him the dollar book auctions anymore because he doesn't do it's cheapy auctions. He does auctions for comic books that you can get super cheap, probably a lot cheaper. You can get them in stores. He's not selling big collector item stuff. 90 I'd say 95% of what he's selling is reading stuff that you can just get cheap, like dollar bin material.
Silver to Bronze Age stuff. Yeah, it's great. You
Sometimes
know.
even new stuff. Because the thing that I just got from him that was a super good deal was almost the entire current run of That Texas Blood. I got the
Yeah.
first 13 issues, and at the time it was on issue 15. So there was only two new issues I had to get. So it was a series that I always wanted to, and I was like, I don't know if I want to go back and get all the back issues.
Mhm.
But when Englentine had it on his auction, it was super affordable. So I got great. And I just went to my store. Those two issues were on the shelf. And then boom, I'm up and running. And I think it's been like two issues since. I think they're on issue 16 now. And so I started reading it, and it's cool. I think you should try it out if you like it's not a noir book, but it's definitely a crime story style in the vein of what Brubaker does. Plus, it's Sean Phillips's son doing the art, and it's like father like son. It's there's a lot to love.
A lot to love. All
Yeah,
right.
it's like criminal with a little bit of supernatural thrown in.
Speaking about hot loving, check out next Monday when we cover Hero Gasm on this channel.
Yes, next Monday. So this week, we're kind of stretching out the stuff because we're gonna just do the epilogue for the last story. Which I don't. What was the name of that? We're gonna pull it up.
It was issue 30.
It's
That's all I
I
know.
know it's issue 30, but the storyline for those that go into my reading club section here. Now now we so we got to go now. That was the name of the story. So
Yeah.
when we did last week, we did the we got to go now. And when I set that up originally, I didn't realize there was an extra issue afterwards that was an epilogue. So we didn't actually cover that.
Eric. Eric says really only 32 and I buy all new comics. I cosplay as an old crappy back issue guy. You know, if
So
that's
some
the case, man, wow, that's some great software you got there. He must be a VTuber.
that's amazing cosplay. He pulls it off really good. He pulls it off really really good.
It's like
Um
Jackass.
so we're going to cover for the reading Venkman picked out a couple books every week. Venkman and I pick a book for the other to read, and we want you guys to be part of this too. So far, we haven't had a lot of participation, but please, this will be better the more people we can get involved. Um, where we each pick a book for the other to read, and the idea is to try to pick something that we enjoyed, but the other person isn't really reading, and maybe expose them to new things that they wouldn't try otherwise, and see if they like it or not. And so far, it's been pretty successful. And what we've done. We both kind of liked each other's issues. This week, I recommended to Venkman to try out 8 Billion Genies, um, which
This is
is,
the, I admit this is a book I never really would have actually read unless I was forced. I was forced.
yeah, I totally passed on this on the shelf too, um, for semi obvious reasons. The cover is not in my wheelhouse at all. Um, the only Charles
Also, my first.
Soule,
Yeah,
the only Charles Soule stuff I've read uh is his mainstream stuff, which I haven't really gravitated towards. The little of his Daredevil run I read was meh, and his Star Wars stuff was meh. And I do like his collaboration with Scott Snyder on Undiscovered Country. That's a really cool book. But so I was a little bit, yeah, I looked at this cover and I was like, this looks weird. 8 billion genies. Ugh, I don't know. I just totally passed it. But everyone was talking about it. Everyone's talking about it. And then I heard the pitch and I was like, you know what? I I want to be I want to know for myself. I don't ever want to just trust what someone says. There's been plenty of times where something didn't look interesting to me and it won me over. So I gave it a try and I really liked it. I'm picking it up digitally. But going back to our conversation about digital, Image has a really cool program where all their books are available for half the price digitally the following month. So as long as you're willing to be one issue behind, you can pick up the books for $1.99 digitally on Comixology or Kindle. And that's the way I'm going to do it because this isn't something I care to have in my collect. Although 8 Billion Genies #1 is kind of expensive to get, so maybe I do wish I would have bought it as a collector. But um, yeah, $1.99. I'm more than happy, and I don't have to feel like I'm stretching my wallet. Um, and it's been really fun. I've been enjoying it. So I'm very curious. I was like, you know what? I think RDV because I know the books when he talks about his books, the things that he talks about enjoying. It just feels like this has those things. It doesn't. It's not a political book. It's
it's
not.
humor, it's adventure, it's got
Yeah. So
some
you take it
serious
away.
psychological.
You read this book and you tell us all about
My
your
first,
experience.
I know Charles Shaw apparently he had written the Daredevil, never read it. Uh, Daredevil read by is by Zdarsky and Frank Miller. I never cared for anything in between because whenever I dabble look at it, it just seemed dumb. That being said, I read this and I was like, yeah, and I admit when I first saw this, I was like, all right, let's give me a beer and let's go through this crap. uh I read the first issue and I was like, okay, it just sets up the plot a little bit, you know. You really get to learn which characters you're gonna like and which you're not gonna like in the very first issue. Second issue, more character growth. Some really cool things. The art is just amazing in this book. Everything is just like every little thing in here. The concept was kind of weak for me. Because how is this gonna work? Then I thought about it. I was like, oh, I bet you it's gonna be one of those. And like by issue 4, they tell you what's going on. I was like, yep, knew it. uh, that's only issue 4 though. You actually learn exactly why they're there, what genius, what's going on, and then like so I'm hooked. I want to know what's going on. How's this going to end? It's still got 4 more issues. It's only one. These are it's there's issue 4 is out, but there's only 8 issues. So I'm curious, like, how is this gonna end? Because really, concept is crazy. You have one wish. You can wish for pretty much anything you want to wish for. And I don't really. I mean, of course, some people would wish for superpowers. People were wishing for other things. But like, what are the rules on these wishes? Was there a limit? You know, how long do these wishes only last for so long, or are they permanent? You know, and just like, and not only that, it kind of felt like Walking Dead, as far as like these people are holed up in a bar. They're trying to write out there, like, you know, this what's going on. The world's going to chaos, and they're all kind of bonding. They're in there for months together, and you know there's some tension. There's some people who just don't like the other one, and then people are like, why don't you use your wish this? Well, quit being selfish. And I'm thinking, like, why are you telling this person how to use their wish? Because so it's kind of, there's a little conflict inside there, but there's also bonding and the character growth. You just, you know, the kid in here is really cool here. He's in the bottom right. You know, he's only 12 years old. You know, he sees what's going on. He's living with his dad. His dad's an alcoholic. He's at the bar. The bar owner, like, you know, is a nice guy, but he's got some mysterious, you know, traits about himself. And then there's these 3 other people, these guys, and they're like, all of them are in a band. One guy likes the girl, but she doesn't like him. She likes the other guy, and the other guy doesn't think like he likes girls. At least I got that concept. You know, I'm not sure, but anyway, uh, like I said, the art here is great. It's Ryan Brown, I believe, is the name. Is the artist?
Yes,
Charles
Ryan
Soule is
Brown.
it's like yeah, it's like I said, it's one of those books like because how weird and the cover looks, I never would have picked it up. If they would have had anything but the genie on there, would have been kind of cool. I would have been like, oh, I'll pick it up, you know. But
Well, they
very,
did
very
have
indie book.
a
Yeah.
bunch of variant covers.
And that's the thing.
Uh,
If I would have saw the Wishmaster when there, I would have picked that up right away.
Now you would
The
have picked up
Wishmaster.
this. You would have picked up this one.
Well, the Jenny Frisian, yes, obviously that cover too. But I wonder which issue is worth more. Like, because you said issue 1's up for price. Is that cover A
Yeah,
or is
it's
that
been
all?
optioned. All of them. I'm sure.
Yeah,
The variant
but
or
there's
the
yeah,
incentive variants are probably that much more expensive.
yeah. So, but look at that. Look at that's an example of all the craziness. Everybody making their own little wishes. There's kaiju's in here. There's superpowers. There's vampires. There's like a ninja in here too. It's crazy. Uh, the dead coming back to life.
This
It's
this book is. I don't know if anyone's read the book Ready Player One. They did a movie of it. I haven't seen the movie,
yes,
but the book is fantastic. And the book, this reminds me of that book in a sense of like how the craziness of it, like in the book. I mean, it's like the main character's got an X-wing and he fights. I think he fights Ultraman or Godzilla. Like they just do crazy stuff because, like in this, it's you can have anything you want because in that it's a virtual world. Here, it's actually genies just make anything you want come true. But
yep, yep.
that chaos, that just like what the heck, and it's over the top. Go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you.
But no, I was just saying it's I mean, this is again why I hate all this variants, but I mean, it just even the variant shows you things that basically are happening in the world. Yes, unicorns. if you had in the first book takes place in the first 8 seconds after everybody gets their wish. So you imagine the chaos, and you imagine how many idiots are on the world. There's 8 billion people. Every single person gets their self a genie, whether you're a baby or an adult. And what would you think would happen if people if got wishes? Everyone ever got their own wish. You could wish for anything. I mean, it's predictable as far as what the governments would do, as far as what certain people would do. And let's say, you can imagine like people like, I want to solve world hunger, or one guy's like, I want like $1,000, or I want, to be famous. It's so it's a little cliche in some of that, but while all that's going on, the chaos, there's a bigger story going on that you kind of little by little find out what's going on. And like I said, it's if you just love like seeing like art that is just like out there. Like I said, this is a fun book, man. I love the Ready Player One, the movie, just for the concept, the fact that you could just be whatever you wanted to be. You know,
Yeah,
now,
and
yeah.
the genies really grew on me. When I saw the cover, I was like, "What the hell are these stupid looking things?" Like, but once I got the context of the story,
Mhm.
I felt like they had a lot of character. Each one is uniquely drawn, so they look very super similar, but each one is unique in its own look, and it just there's like a cutie factor to it that kind of reminds me of like Pixar or like a Hayao Miyazaki film where like you just have these adorable characters and each person has their own personal genie, so like the genie kind of follows you around wherever you go until you make your wish, and then the genie is killed. Like it dissipates. We don't really know what exactly, but and it's interesting too how some people make wishes right away, and other people are like, let me think about this. This is an important decision. And it's I found that aspect interesting. What was some of the most compelling parts of this that stood out to you?
Well, I'm trying not to give away as far as the plot. Pretty much the main subplots going on. But I said the character growth in here. When they want you to hate a character, they really get you. Like, there's a character here. He said makes a wish, and that wish is a selfish wish, and and it just shows you how callous, just shallow some people are in this. So that character she's not really a main character, but she's one of the characters in here. So this if they ever do the show, I'm curious how they're gonna write that character because usually a female character is never written in bad light. So right there, I was like, cool, it's not a woke book. I was like, because I was thinking like, they're just gonna make her like just a lovable character where she's never wrong, but like I mean, just everything in this book. Like Miss So, I mean, if you ever get a chance to get this, read it, even digitally, go for it.
Yeah, the Buck
Um,
99 Comixology deal
yeah,
is
yeah.
is legit. That's why I'm getting it.
It is like I said, I'm gonna wait for this to actually get into hard cover. Or I won't probably get hardcover, but I'll probably get a soft trade. It's only 8 issues, but who knows? Maybe it will get a hardcover. If it's a very popular book, sung well. I mean, my big thing is now is like for books I really like, I want to get them in the deluxe editions if I can. But
I could
um,
definitely see this getting a
yeah,
deluxe hardcover treatment. It's going
kind
in
of
third printing. So if anyone wants physical copies and you're like, I can't, because I've heard some complaints, especially here on the League of Comic Geeks, where people are just like, I can't get comic. It's still like just people mad that these books are
printing
sold
error.
out.
Yeah, yeah,
And it's
yeah.
like, dude, it's a collectability. You snooze, you lose. Sorry. But the thing is there's multiple printings. So third printing comes out September 7th, and the second printings came out like a week or two ago, so you might be able to even get those. So, and that's for issues 1 through 3 are third printing. So
I'll have to go
if
look because my shop there wasn't there was he still had a bunch left over of these, so I'm gonna see if he has like if she has number one
you can get number
floppy.
ones, I don't. I'm not going to say these are like $100. I haven't actually
No,
priced, but I know that they're going up because this was optioned like right out of the gate. Someone
yeah,
someone
but
is turning this
yeah
into a, and you can see why. uh, I'm just we'll see if they
yeah
can
he
spend
doesn't
money.
Yeah, my shop doesn't do the whole speculator thing. He'll if it's this newer book, it comes off. It's if it's $4, whatever it is. After a week or two, he puts it back in the box with all the other stuff, the recently, previous weeks.
Well, that's good, but
Yeah.
generally, if it's sold out, you're only gonna be able to get it as a back issue, and in which case, the
Now that's the
speculator
thing. I don't.
price.
This could be sold. There have been books he orders a few of
Yeah.
because they're indie books.
So cool. It looks like some people in the audience are liking it. Mr. Snicked It says Genies was actually fun. Ed says 8 billion is a lot of genies. That's right. It's actually a very pertinent number. Um, I really appreciate this. The book actually explains why it's 8 billion genies. It's a very specific number, and there's a meaning
Ed,
behind it. It
yeah, Ed Brother. There's a ton of nudity in this. You're gonna love it.
there's no nudity. This is a from what I remember, this is a pretty much I don't want to say all ages appropriate, but it's like PG-13.
For the most part.
Yeah, it's there's no it's I mean if you're a teenager, it's fine. I wouldn't I mean,
If you're a teenager, you're not gonna know who some of the people are there at the bar that
yeah,
come in
I
because
don't
it's
think
not.
younger kids would want to read this other than just maybe the cutesy genies and stuff and some of the crazy other things. This is definitely an adult story. There's definitely adult themes like the kid that RDV was pointing out here in the corner, his little black kid. He's a really cool character, and the book opens up with him and his dad, and he's trying to get his dad out of the bar because he just spends all his days drunk in the
Yeah,
bar all the time, and he's a
yeah.
good kid. He's got like a Boy Scout uniform on type thing, and he's trying to get his dad, and you find out like why his dad's a drunk and all this stuff, and through the four issues, there's like this great story arc for the father and this kid. Like you're just like, damn. That was one of my favorite actual story
Yeah.
arcs. But then there's this Asian couple that show up mysteriously. They have a story arc. The
There's
band
the
that
band,
RDV
indie
talked
band.
about, and
Yeah.
the love triangle. um,
Yes.
and yeah, the girl is totally like a dislikable character. You're like, but then
Really, I was like,
she has a
yeah.
character arc too because she's a total bitch in the beginning and she makes a totally stupid wish and all this stuff and you just want to laugh at her and just be like, "Aha, you dumb idiot." But she kind of also you get to see her learn her lessons and just be like she has like a growing up moment. She's like, "Oh, this is how the real world works."
It was funny though. Even like the genies or like they're two of the genies are in there, and they're just making fun of her. Like they're giving
Yeah.
examples, and then you're like, yeah, then there's people like here, the fools,
I
the
love the
impulse.
genies. They have comments. They the genies make commentary on wishes. They'll be like, "Oh, that is a very wise wish. You definitely thought about this.
Yes, yeah, it's like,
Oh,
yeah,
that's not too smart, but okay, here you go." It's just like you're just, and it's
it's
almost
like,
like they're just
yeah,
bystanders, like watch. They just love the chaos.
yeah. They actually said like, we said we could give we could give everybody three wishes, but no, it's harder to have one. We just want to watch the world burn, kind of like that. I was like, dang.
And then there's the bartender guy who's in the background here. He's like the wise old sage man who's planned everything in life. Um, and
He's
so
your
this,
yeah, he's your escapist or survivalist, guy.
yeah, he's just he's just got years of wisdom, just and he's one of the first people to make a wish, but his wish is seemingly kind of like, really, that's what you're gonna wish for? But then you're like, oh yeah, you're definitely smart. you you knew what to do. Um, so
He
yeah,
said
there's
he's a yeah.
it's totally
His
fun. I loved how they I loved how like this is such an ambitious story to like tell of like how are you gonna tell a story where 8 billion people all get to have a wish and all these wishes interact with each other and they found a way to like make it work so that the how like there's even a part in the story where the genies explain like you know, what if you wish for something and it conflicts with another wish? Like, hypothetically, like if I wish that I can't be moved and another person says, I wish I can't be stopped. And then those two people run eat, like what happens? Like they actually explain in the
yeah.
book. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Like the writers thought
Yeah,
about this.
you can't be like, I want to be the most important person in the world. Another person is like, well, 12 other people had at the same time you did. So we're canceling all out. So everybody got waste their wishes. I was like, if you're like, that's not fair, that's kind of cheating. He's like, oh, well. they're like, we could create like alternate worlds, bro. we're too lazy. We want to do that. Too much work.
But it's funny
It's
is
like,
because but there's a reason even beyond the lazy, like there's a reason even beyond that why that is. Like when you find out like why are there 8 billion genies? Why is everyone getting a wish? Why is everyone only getting one wish and not three? You know, there's
yeah,
it's of course it's a bit contrived because it's a super ludicrous fantasy story, but it's thought out. Like it was like, oh, okay, like you didn't just pull this out of your ass. You took time and you just gave it a reason. I really thought I was going to just jump in this story and it was just going to be like, hey, what would happen if 8 billion people got wishes? I don't know. Let's just tell a story. No, it's like, oh, there's actually a plot going on here. There's
I know,
actually
right?
a purpose behind all this. I was like, oh, that's and it makes like you said, like you got to the end of issue 4 and you're like, I gotta read more. It's totally how I was too. And Mr.
Because it took me
Snicket says the Asian
yeah.
character is so cool. I agree. I like him.
Issue 3, I started getting okay. First two issues, all right. What's going on here? Issue 3 it was starting to get improved and more better, and then issue 4, I was like, wow, how he dropped the whole truth bomb on me. I want to see how this is gonna go because I was wondering what they was revealed, what's really going on, was really going on because I'm like, it's only 8 issues, and like the fact that we got all wishes, like, I wonder if this is this. So I'm like, yeah, it is this. I mean, so I mean, it doesn't ruin it for me. I'm just curious. Like, okay, now we know this. We're only 4 issues in. How do we save the world? It's like how do you survive knowing this now? It's like what what crazy hijinks will happen next? Because like I said, everyone got wishes. Kids, man, 12-year-olds get wishes. What would a 12-year-old want to be? I want to be an X-Man. That'd be Ash. It's like
That would not be me. But um if I were in this scenario, I would definitely be one of the last people using my wish. That's all I'm gonna say.
12-year-old you.
Oh, 12-year-old me, I don't know. I have no idea what I would wish for. That may be that could definitely be. I could totally see
12-year-old me.
myself.
12-year-old me. I want to be Batman.
I could
It's
totally
like
see myself.
it's like then there's like 10 other Batmans.
This kid, I really relate to this kid's wish actually.
Yeah. Well, he
Yeah.
thought it out though. Yeah, I go.
But his
Oh
wish makes a lot of sense, and I could see of myself at that age wishing something. So today I wouldn't do that, but um,
no.
it's yeah, it's interesting. I like how some people immediately wish. Some people are like, "Ah, I gotta think about this." Um, it's it's a
And
fun
then if
book.
you don't use yeah, if you don't use your wish, right, you're holding a wish. Well, you're selfish. It's like no, I want to see how it's gonna play out. Survival of the fittest. Yeah.
Yeah, and it also has a little bit of uh that trope in genie stories where it's like careful what you wish for,
Yep.
right? And that's always been a big thing of genie stories that I've always liked is like, oh, you can wish for something, but what the genie actually gives you is not necessarily how you imagined it, right?
There's even a guy who says none of that monkey paw shit. It's like he drops the line. It's like I'm gonna do this, but none of that monkey paw.
Like Miss So says she would wish for money. And
How,
like the
but
classic genie story though, it's like, oh yeah, you wish for like all the money in the world or something, and then
and now you're being arrested because you're
then the
yeah.
wish is like, okay, well you have all the money, but now it's like inflation's gone through the roof and like the money's gone busted, so it's like
Uh,
worthless or something
you're
silly
dropping.
like
Yeah,
that.
can you imagine that? He's like, I want $10 million, and then like the cops are calling you because they find all the money in your house. Like, or you're standing wherever you are, you're like holding the bag. They just get, because there are people who just will wish for anything, not thinking it through. But like I said, it's a fun series. The art's good. Um, the story is it's just been like I said, it's a story I never would have thought I'd have to read or would want to read more. But it's 8 billion genies.
It's fun. That's my number one selling
I
point
mean, only
is
in issue number one, there's 8 billion genies. I'll just say that.
uh it's fun. There's a lot of books I read. I mean, every book I read is enjoyable. When I say fun, it's like that, like a theme park ride or something. A lot of the
Well,
books I
and
read tend to be very serious and
it's
dramatic or thoughtful. This is just like let's get the popcorn and have fun.
The kid actually kid actually says about it, it's like I could wish for so and so to be mortal, but I mean like there could always be some kind of back thing, uh something else that could happen, and plus so when I saw that Wishmaster cover on there before I even read this, I was like, "There's a variant with a Wishmaster from the movie." I was like, "Okay, we all know that what you wish for isn't always what you get." Same with Leprechaun 3. So I thought that was cool. I was like, "Oh," because I'm like, I know that cover. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, it's Wishmaster and 8 billion genies." That's awesome.
Yeah, too bad they didn't do. I thought they were gonna do like a photo cover of like classic genies of the movies for every issue, but apparently
Well,
it was only this.
they can't do that for with Aladdin and stuff and that unless they use the public domain Aladdin,
Yeah, I guess that's true.
because I think
I
that
didn't
this
think that one through.
yeah
That's what you don't want. You don't want to make wishes like that. Make sure you think
yeah
it through. That's the lesson. Uh, all right. Well, thank you guys. I'm glad that other people have read these books. Mr.
I
Snake
mean
it also reminds us about the countdown. I love that there's a
I,
countdown. Basically, when you make a wish, the genie. We'll just say the genie dies. It disappears. And they have in the book a countdown for the population of Earth, and then the population of the genie. So it starts off as population 8 million, genie population 8 billion, and then it's like the first issue is 8 seconds after, and then it shows you like what the population of Earth and the genies, and so you can immediately see like people are dying, and then genies are dying because of people making the wishes, and then the next issue is 8 days after, and the next issue after that is 8 weeks after, and then the next issue after that is 8 months after, and so you can kind of see a pattern developing here, and that
I'll
counter
just
is
yeah
is reflected each time, and more people are dying, like because chaos.
I'll just say this: if I wish for anything, I want Superman's powers. That's all I want. But would I fight for truth, justice, and the American way? No,
That's
I just want
all
the
he would
powers.
just be Homelander. We'd all be effed.
I would never do it for villainous ways. But I'm like, I'm cool. It's for my enjoyment only. Yes, I would be
Power
Homelander.
corrupts. Power corrupts. Anyways,
Yeah.
speaking of Homelander and Superman, what was your
Homeland.
recommended book for me?
Yeah, Dark Knight over Metropolis is the three issues I went in the late '80s. I went over basically over through the three titles at the time with Superman 44, Adventures of Superman, and Action Comics 464, I think it is.
I found
Yeah.
out that this was a trade paperback, and
Yep.
it's actually 6 issues in the trade paperback.
Well, just the first three issues that I was talking about that were in actually was their own separate story. There were other stories that added onto it, as far as I know that later on. But
Or yeah, correct.
yeah,
But if anyone's interested, and the reason why this was particularly interesting to me, and unfortunately this is only the biggest picture they have here,
yeah,
is the cover of this is Art Adams, and the first issue in the trade paperback, which is Action Comics #1. Maybe we can get a bigger. Nope, still small. Art Adams is my favorite artist, comic book artist of all time, and this has interior art by Art Adams, written by John Byrne.
yep.
So, did you get a chance to read this annual too?
No, I didn't know there was. I didn't wasn't reading the annuals. I'm just reading the actual stories going through. Because they tell
So
you,
you should go back and I mean
yeah,
just check it out. It's John Byrne. I know
yeah.
you love the John Byrne Superman era, and Art Adams is just he's just eye popping.
Art
I love his
Adams,
art.
yeah, Dick Giordano, John
So
Byrne.
this is it's a real simple story, but it's just it's pretty to look at. John Byrne is fun. But you're correct. It doesn't really have much to do with the actual. So I kind of skipped these other two books, and then I read the these are out of order down here. So it starts off with Superman 44,
Yeah,
part
the
one of
first
three.
crossover in the post crisis. So,
So this was interesting. This has it's funny that you recommended this book to me, Vankman, because
hmm
I have not read a lot of Superman in DC because I say this all the time how when I was growing up and I was into comics as a youth in my early 20s, I kind of snubbed my nose at DC and I just thought they were the dorky comics. And I didn't necessarily hate Superman. Like, I love the Superman movies, thought Superman's fine, but I just felt like as a comic book, I was like, it's a little too square for me. Like, I think he's fine. I just don't want to read a monthly book of Superman. And so I just didn't really care. Batman was a little bit different. I did have a time where I was buying Detective Comics monthly because, let's face it, back in 1989, Batman was the thing. Batman 89 just changed, and I jumped on the Batman bandwagon and um, and so forth. So it's funny that I was going back to read this now as an adult. I much like Superman's probably my favorite DC hero. So my views have radically changed about Superman, but my how do I say my experience hasn't. There's still a massive catalog. I'm still very much a novice when it comes to my knowledge of Superman. I'm
dude, 2003, I was 18. I looked at DC and I was like, whatever. I know. I was reading Marvel.
yeah, yeah, me too.
Yeah, yeah.
So nowadays, as a middle aged guy, I think DC, and I thought this actually as a young guy too, because my stepfather was very much we were like the polar opposites. I was the Marvel kid, and he was like, "Oh, you should read these like he read all the DC stuff, and he very much liked Breen would get along with him. In fact, he's about Breen's age. The stuff that he likes and Breen likes is very similar. Anyways, except the only difference is my stepfather really likes Frank Miller and Breen. Well, he needs to be educated. But we get off. I digress. So these days, I've come to really appreciate creators like Jerry Ordway. Um, and then the next issue was done by Jurgens, and then
Yep,
the third issue was written by Roger Stern, who
yep.
I really like. And back in the day, I was just like, whatever, those guys, those DC dumb guys, I don't care. Um, my views have totally changed. So, where am I going with all this? I it's let me get to it. So many years ago, as I got into Batman and the Frank Miller stuff, and then of course, one of the most legendary comics of all time, and one of my favorite comics of all time was The Dark Knight Returns and the legendary showdown where Batman fights Superman, and it's inspired so many things for it. Obviously Zack Snyder had a big boner for it, and he did his Batman versus Superman movie for good or ill. The showdown between Batman and Superman has always captivated people's imagination, including mine. I'm not going to deny it. And because of that, it led me to read a Batman Superman story, which had one of my favorite moments of the characters that I loved. And I don't ever remember what book it was that I read, but I remember the scene precisely where it was basically Batman had a kryptonite ring and he ends up giving it to Superman. And because the Batman and Superman are rivals and they
Yep,
hadn't
yep,
really worked together before and all this stuff. And by the end of the story, like Superman basically comes to Batman and he gives Batman the ring, and Batman's like surprised, like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "A lot of people think you're just a vigilante, but I see there's more to you." Blah blah blah. And it's kind of this classic moment of how Batman and Superman came to like understand each other. And Superman says this classic line to him, and it always stuck with me. And keep in mind, like this was over 20 years ago, 30 over 30 years ago. You know that this I encountered the story, so I was very sketchy on it. But this line is one of the most of all the different like scenes in comics. Is one of the most memorable. Is Superman says, "I want the hands, I want the power the one power that can kill me to be in the hands of the person I most trust, or something, along those lines. And that
Yeah.
always stuck with me. And I was like, yeah, I love that. And I've always talked about it, but I never remembered what that book was. So, what's the point of this story? Venkman already knows because he read it. But you didn't know why you didn't recommend me this book for that reason. So it turns out the third book in this trilogy
Yeah.
of stories is that story.
Yep.
And I didn't recognize it because the rest of the story isn't really about that. And it wasn't until I got to the end and I was like, "Oh my god, it's that book." There's that scene. So it was so exciting to get to that because I love that scene and it plays really well. And I remember as I was reading this book, part of me was thinking, "Man, I really enjoy Batman and Superman being friends. I really like how sorry, Scott Snyder, um, and Skip is probably groaning because he he's got a bone to pick with Scott Snyder. But I really like how Scott Snyder writes Batman and Superman together. And there's other writers that do a good job too. I did like the Batman Superman book that Joshua Williamson did, but I like in DC's first Metal book just the friendship that these two guys had, but also the mutual respect. Um, just I really like that. But I had forgotten that 30 years ago, Batman and Superman weren't friends, and there was this whole thing, and that's right. So as I was reading this, I was like, man, and then I was like, turns out that this was that story. I was like, oh yeah, that's so
The whole
sweet.
kryptonite ring, because I remember, like, the like, I remember, like, there was something about Lex Luthor couldn't he had the ring, and then he couldn't hold anymore because he got kryptonite poisoning. And so now when I was reading this, like, this is, like, towards the beginning of this year, so I've been reading these, and this story, like I said, like, this is the Green Ring, and like, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, this is gonna cool," like, seeing those 2, like, Batman just drawn back in the way he was back in the day. Uh, and just being all serious and, like, there's I think it's issue 2, they're breaking into, I think they break into the actual, Lex Luthor's building, and,
Yeah,
like,
and
and then
issue
yeah.
two had classic Art T Bear art. RT
Yeah.
Bear is one of my favorite comic book artists, and I only really knew him from Marvel, so it was a real treat to see him drawing Batman and Superman. I was like, wow. Um, and it
But the
kind of
whole
sucks
yeah.
because each of these books has a different artist and writer, so there was a overall the quality consistency carried through on the three books. I think. I mean, all three of the writers are pretty solid, but the art absolutely stands out on issue two compared to issue issue three was my least favorite as far as art.
I like the fact the humor though is like in like Batman's like, well, this is why I do anything, and Superman's like, really? Isn't this it is against the law? It's like just the whole thing like getting together, like there's polar opposites. The way Superman has the way he does things, and Batman has the way he does things. And yeah, just the whole banter between the two. Uh, and I like the fact even though I'm reading three different people, three creative teams writing this one story, to me it just flowed. It didn't feel like it just took you out of the story because like the other person had no idea what the story was and they changed it. It just felt great, and this is
Yeah,
like I said.
this is definitely back in the 80s where editorial was king and really had tight control of the books. You can tell because yeah, you're right. Even though there's three different writers on these books, this is like a well thought out. This is not like the Disney Star Wars trilogy where no one knew where the next movie was going to go and there was no plan. Like this was definitely like, okay, let's get together. Where is he going to go? Okay, I'm going to write this part. Okay, what are you going to do? Okay, we're going to take it to the here. Okay, and everyone work together. It really flows. If you did not know that they were different writers, you probably it would not stand out. You probably wouldn't feel like, oh my god, what am I reading now? The only thing that would really stand out is the art. And speaking of that, I don't understand why they don't put Art T. Bears as the cover artist on this. Like the cover art here is vast. It's not terrible, I guess, but man, when the interior art's better than your cover art, something's wrong. What are you doing, guys?
I like that strong or chin he's got there on Superman.
Yeah, they used to all.
Like, oh, it's just how manly they draw these characters back in the day. No matter what
Yes.
Superman title's out, I was just like, he doesn't look like a slouch. He's like, then by the 2000s when Public Enemies came out, I think it was Ed McGuinness that was drawing it, and you could just tell it's like, okay, now this looks like a Mad TV thing. it's but yeah, masculinity wasn't toxic back then, and they drew Superman looking just like powerhouse. And then I love how they draw him when he's Clark. He looked different. He's they incorporated some of the Christopher Reeve stuff in there where he kind of slouches a little bit, and how he acts. And like I said, I was reading these early stuff, and like whenever I read Superman back in the day, I get the Christopher Reeve Superman, theme going in the back ahead
All
when
right,
he's
yeah.
it's
That's how you
awesome.
know. That's how you know you're doing a good Superman book when the person reading it immediately starts like hearing in their head, dun, 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 dun. Like you're just like, okay, you
Yeah,
you did it right.
like
That's for
the
me. It's
Fleischman,
my
the Fleischman cartoons when he's battling, he's just hitting the robots back and forth. There's a scene. There's a when he comes back from space to rescue Lois. He flies down. He's like, "What? Lois is in trouble." He sees the giant robot monster, and he immediately starts attacking it. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is great." Um, and these were only still 75 cents back in the day, man. I got this one. I found this one, but
yeah. I think this was, if I'm correct, Breen might be able to correct me on his infinite knowledge. I think this was in a direct opposition to Marvel, which I want to say had raised their prices. I could
25
be
probably.
wrong. I think they were just a buck.
Oh,
Um, but yeah, the '80s saw some of the most rapid price increases in comics history. I think,
this was 1988. I want to say
yeah, I want to
maybe
say
not.
like in the beginning of the '80s, comics were like 30 cents, and by the end of the '80s, they were a buck 75.
I mean, just look at the
That's a
muscles on like
massive increase. Like,
I'm yeah.
as much as we bitch about comic prices today, comics have not shot up like 300%.
I
So
like Dan Mora, but man, did they draw like Superman with and Batman having this very slim shoulders? Like they're not like they are drawn here as they
I
are drawn
agree.
today.
I am glad to hear
Yeah.
you point that out because I like Dan Moore as well, but I have never liked him as much on like mainstream books because I feel like he draws weak jaw lines and narrow shoulders. And so
It
his
just looks
art's it's
yeah, they
beautiful,
look
but it
skinny.
doesn't capture that superhero look that I like.
No.
So I like him
They're not
drawing other stuff. Or I
I
wish he would
still like
just adapt his art style to draw superheroes like superheroes. Get a chin.
right?
Superman needs to have a chin and a jaw, and same with Batman.
Give me the John Byrne version of Superman and Wonder Woman. They're at their peak as far as the physical. Women should look like that way because they're superheroes. The whole common sense thing, but no, we can't do that. So we got to draw them with no muscles whatsoever on Wonder Woman. I was like, really?
I can't blow
Yeah.
this one up, but look at the jaw like that Art Adams puts on these guys, and look at those like this chest and stuff. I mean, this is why I love Art Adams so much. He just draws. I mean, it's not anatomically correct. Like no one has ankles that narrow, but this is like a classic. I mean, and no one has
It,
fit. Like look at his fists are as big as his head. But
it's
this
like
was
the
just
it's like,
it's a
I was
comic
gonna say
trope. Like it was like an exaggerated features that looks good on the page.
it looks like the Tick. You ever seen the Tick when they
Yeah,
draw
well
him?
yeah, the tick was
Yeah.
pulling from comic tropes for
Yep.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying he had the same kind of physical. He had this skinny little ankle stuff with the big knee, and stuff like that. And his chin was huge and stuff. But he was like, that's what he was based off of stuff like this.
Yeah,
He,
before everyone was trying to be Jim Lee, in the '80s people were trying to be Art Adams.
yeah.
Um so this was it was a fun series. It reminded me very much of what Marvel was. I was surprised actually when I was reading this. I was like, "Man, this feels like it didn't feel like X-Men, but it felt like the staple Marvel books." Like I would compare it very much to what I was reading of like Iron Man at the time. It had that same the voice, like it just felt
Like they're
uh
trying.
not that they were trying. I mean, yes, they were trying, but like a certain quality that just sounds like from its time. Like that same type of voice was like very much apparent in like the GI Joe cartoons of being a kid. Like that same just how they approached telling the story, how the characters talked. There's a lot of like thought balloons, so you get in their head. Um, it didn't sing to me. This isn't something I would like go out and be like, oh yeah. But I remember very much enjoying these type of stories in my youth. Um, just very basic and um, yeah. And like I said, it just the way it ended was really big crowd pleaser for me because it was just like okay until I got to that end. I was like, yes, this is that great classic scene. And if you can end something strong, then typically that'll make up for anything else. So this was a very fun read. I recommend anyone if you can either just read those three stories. One thing I really like too, I was talking to Vankman behind the scenes about how they put this on the book. I wish they would do this today. Like it says, you can see right here where
Yeah.
it says, "Don't miss the Adventure of Superman
Yep.
467." It tells you what the next book is to read, like on the cover. So I nowadays it's such a headache sometimes to figure out like, wait, where am I supposed to go next? I don't even know. So I thought that was
Especially
pretty
that,
cool.
yeah, and the fact
You,
that they had three titles going on. I mean, like we complain about having eight Batman titles. If they were all connected, it actually would kind of make more sense. I mean, wouldn't be so bad. But the fact that they're just standalones.
yeah.
Like I would love that. I mean, have like three Superman titles back in the day, man. Like I said, you got to read this one, and like say like his next one, the next one will come up the next week, and then the week after that, you got the third cover or the third title. And see, the funny thing about this is like, imagine you're a person that has like OCD. So you got to put Superman with the Superman. So you got to put the Adventure Comics with their own. No,
Oh
what you did
yeah,
with
I'm
these
I'm
back
one of
in the
those
day,
people.
yeah. So you would just take because the way they were written, starting with the Man of Steel and stuff, with Burns, Superman,
Hmm.
you did the three titles in order like that, and just kept them you kept them in their one box all together.
Yeah,
And
this
then when
this
you got
shows. Go ahead.
by
Sorry.
1990, I was gonna say by 1990 though, 1991 I think it was, or 92, they had two more titles. So then you would add those in with those books. The OCD means like, no, no, it can't be that way. But that's how you would read them, though.
When they did
Yeah, and then
crossovers like this, they didn't do this all the time. But what bugs me today is when they do these like like I mentioned Dark Knight's Metal.
yeah.
They had like crossover books, like continuing the story in like Teen Titans issue something or other, and then the next going over into Flash something or other, and it's like, but the problem is you don't know what those are. They don't it it's not apparent, which when as the books are coming out, it's not too difficult because you read the book and then you see the solicits like, okay, the next part of the story comes out next week. And so you kind of know. But if you're approaching the book later in the back issues and it's been a couple years, how do I know so here, if you want to pull the story out of your comic book boxes, you pull this book out and immediately you go, okay, I also got to pull out issue 467. And so I don't know. I mean, it's a minor thing, but I really appreciate that visibility. It didn't take much. I mean, they had all the books had this little box there anyway for the UPC, but I don't know. It's a minor thing. But check out the trade because you get to read this Action Comics Annual #1, and it's all Art Adams interior art, which is so rare. he did so that was so. I saw this. I was like, oh, I love Art Adams. He's done so few books, Venkman. So few books. And I didn't know he was doing DC. I kind of want to go track him down now. Now that I have the power of the internet when you can find out who did what.
Oh,
Yeah. All right, cool. So now we're through that.
now we go to the raunchy comics.
Now,
This is Ash After
oh,
Dark.
it's this is tame compared to what we're gonna get next week.
Adult Swim. All kids out of the pool.
Next week, kids, I just want to say, come with your permission slip for your parents to make sure that you're okay to be allowed to watch this stuff because next week is Hero Gasm. Did you get a chance to read Hero Gasm yet, or are you still getting through it?
I'm savoring that. I'm gonna read all 6 issues next week.
Oh, okay.
I read issue 30, and then I read there's 4 issues of the other one. That
Cool.
Genie.
Cool, cool. All right, we're gonna move. Let me see if I can get this to transition. There we go. So last week we covered the boys, and we got to go now is the name of the storyline. It was in volume 4 of the trades. I did not realize when I scheduled that there was an issue afterwards that was an epilogue to the story. So we didn't actually cover it. And when we came into this week with the whole Hero Gasm being a full 6 issues, I think, or 7 issues, 7 issues. I was like, 7 issues of Hero Gasm plus this plus the other book. That was too much. And so RDV agreed with me. He's like, yeah, we'll just push that to next week, and we'll just cover the issue here as the epilogue, and then we end up just going into the weeds on a bunch of stuff anyway. So
I think
gives us
next week we should just focus on Herogasm, and that's it.
all right. You just really want that Hero Gasm.
Monday
We can
Night
talk. We'll talk more.
Herogasm.
We'll talk more about it off air. We can have a plan. Um, I like being able to interact with the chat more. I really like tonight that the chat's been active, and I feel like I haven't done as much as I would. Rhaegar says he's looking forward to more muscle square job Marvel chicks. Wow, you haven't been in short supply of that the last 5 or 6 years, Rhaegar. I'll
Do
tell
you
you
remember?
that.
Do you? You probably don't remember this because you were reading comics back in the early 2000s. But there was a big complaint. I think it was in 2015 or 2016 that they were drawing women with square crotches, like the thigh gap. It was a square instead of being a normal V like a normal would be. It was square. So there's a huge thigh gap.
When was
That was
this?
that was. Is it, I want to say mid 2000s.
Oh,
But I remember a lot of people were complaining. I was like, "Oh, it's so offensive. What's with the giant square? Like, it's just no matter what comic book you're reading, there was just always a giant square." It's just so weird. Like, I don't know if there was supposed to be like a Marvel's what they didn't want to be vulgar, so they're trying to clean up. No, they didn't do that. But I don't or whatever. But it was just funny. Like, I didn't care either way. I was like, I mean, the story
I
is
think
starting to
I
suck
think it's
now.
funny because it it was kind of, I think, in the late '80s where they sort of introduced thigh gap because
But it was a huge thigh gap, though. That's what's
well,
funny about it,
no,
though.
I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying like previous to
Yeah.
that, like women didn't like their legs just connect. Like it was just the way they were drawn. And once I became once little Ashy became a man and started
It
seeing
was a.
women for
It was a.
women,
Yeah.
I started noticing that I was like, wait a second, how there's something missing there.
It was funny though. It was like a perfect like square. That's what it
Yeah,
was. Like,
yeah.
as far as
I think I've seen what you're talking about.
it was just funny to seeing that. I was like, well, really? That's what you think? That's how women look like? Huh. Whatever.
I think a lot of people in modern comics don't know what a woman looks like.
It's like when it came to the crotch, you're like, oh, what do I do now? I don't want to be a sexist, so I'll just erase the groin. It was so weird.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
I did.
anyways, so
Yes.
this is The Boys. This is something kind of interesting. Did you know that Jim Lee did a cover of The Boys?
Uh I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It was a big thing. Everybody was trying to take their little piece of the cake, probably.
I don't think The Boys is that big. I mean, it is now, but at the time, I mean,
Back then,
this wasn't even DC anymore. Remember, The Boys started off at Wildstorm, and then
yeah, but
after issue
this is
6, they went
Dynamite
off to
though.
Dynamite. Right.
Dynamite was really good in the beginning, and now Dynamite's here and there as we got more into the political stuff. It
Good
gets been
enough
getting.
to get the VP of DC Comics to draw a cover for you?
Why not, man? If he's friends with the guy, if he's friends with Ennis, who
Oh, clearly yeah, clearly they got it. I was just surprised to see it is all. Like DC is not or sorry, Jim Lee is not the freelance artist he used to be. He's now the big company man. So
Well, yeah, yeah,
seeing
yeah. Now he is.
seeing
Yeah.
his work outside of DC is kind of shocking. And I'm not surprised. Like it doesn't surprise me that, like, if you're DC, that's you basically you bought Jim Lee for a reason. You didn't buy him so he could go work on the the opposition stuff. So seeing him do a boys cover here was, it's not his best work. It's here on the right. This is the Jim Lee. It's not his best work, but it's kind of cool seeing a Butcher drawn by Jim Lee. What do you think? Like it? Dislike it?
I thought it's. I said I like early Jim Lee stuff. I haven't seen any recent Jim Lee, so I mean, I don't know if he's gotten worse.
I
But
think the
I always thought
same.
that Jim Lee. I thought Jim Lee was acquired taste. Like obviously, not everybody's gonna like it. I like the Jim Lee when he was working on the first couple of issues of X-Men
Oh
in
yeah,
the
his
'90s.
Jim Lee's X-Men is the best. Um, well, I mean, you this cover here. I mean, does this look like a decent boys cover for you, or does it work for you? Not work for you?
I like it. It's pretty cool. Um,
Wow.
Butcher kind of looks Asian though.
Yeah, he does. All right, moving along. Um, so let's see if I can make this thing work. It's supposed to go to single page. Of course, the app thing doesn't work for me now. There we go.
Whiz kids unite! Pre-whiz kids.
I
uh,
Man, what happens here? This is the thumbnail for the video. This was I thought this I just really like dark Garth Ennis's humor. So we see in the epilogue it's all dark and we hear some talking in the background and we hear like, "Whisper, can you make a light?" And then we hear talking. I'm assuming they traveled to another dimension to fight the forces of evil forever. Their sacrifice will be allowed on their sacrifice will allow Earth to survive or something. Okay, that's great. Oh, and so we see the blonde-haired man who still doesn't have a name. He's talking on the phone, blah blah blah, and he's making arrangements. And the kids are like, "Nice work, Weppo. Okay, let's get to work. Those punks ain't gonna get away with kidnapping Pre-Wiz." And so these kids are trying to like muster up some courage to stand up because they know the G-men are all gone and stuff, but they've been
yep,
like
yeah,
hiding out
yeah,
in a
yeah,
room. And this is kind of
yeah.
funny too because this is like a famous play on X-Men of like when I believe this might be referencing the Mutant Massacre when all the little mutant and they did this in the movies too. I think it was in X-Men 1 or 2. They tried to kind of rip that off. But when they come and they're hiding out in the mansion, so we get to see the kids like, "Oh," and they're mustering up some courage like, "Oh, we're going to fight for, just like Godolkin wanted us to and blah blah." And meanwhile, it keeps cutting back to the blonde-haired man making arrangements and everything like that. And finally the kids you see here in their little this panel, they're like, "So we're gonna roll over on those creeps, yeah? Are we gonna be like what Mr. Godolkin wants us? Yeah, we're gonna be heroes. Darn right we are. We're
Well,
gonna bust out of here. We're gonna
hold on
get our
though, before
hands
you
on
go
those
this,
lousy rats."
before you get to that, it shows what's actually going on. The one girl in the middle there, she's like, "Oh gosh," she was talking about how she doesn't like what Mr. Gonkin is. So we already know that he's already molesting these children.
Yeah.
But the one on the left, he's like, yeah, he's so like pro, like being a G man for the future man. He doesn't care about what her. He's like kind of ignores her. He's like, that's okay, Jenny, but we're gonna be superheroes. We're gonna prove ourselves. We're gonna do with our others. Yeah, like I just love the little thing. He's like, he's like, hey guys, don't give up. You think 5-0 starts crying when the tough gets, like, this kid is apparently bought in all the comic books. He's really probably into the whole
Oh,
propaganda, which is sad about that.
it is. Yeah, no,
So
I definitely these kids are definitely innocent and naive. Like
yeah,
they don't have the bigger
they,
picture, which is makes this all sad. I feel bad.
I know.
I feel bad for the kids, but I also feel bad that I like this little sub story here because it's
Yeah,
really awful. Like Garth Ennis like really just plays on
like yeah,
it's
we're gonna
it's
be
dark.
heroes.
It's
Like yeah,
really dark humor.
they have a moment and they
And
yeah.
so they're like, "Oh gosh," and so we keep cutting back each panel, go back and forth, and then we see the blonde-haired man. He's like, "Okay,
Yeah,
w
yeah, what he said. He said, "But you'll see about the solution. One involves what you might call a chain of custody, so that no one's ever aware of the final consequences of the particular role. And then he gets caught. So obviously, someone asks, "Well, obviously, what's going on with the G Wiz kids?" He's like, "Well, off Iceland, actually, probably right about now." And then it cuts to it, and you see the kids are in a shipping container, and they're being
And
dumped into the ocean
gonna show them
or
it don't
somewhere.
mat it. I gotta zoom in. We're gonna show them don't can't read
It don't.
it.
It
Show
don't.
them it
That's,
don't pay to mess with the pre-whiz, and they're just being ejected from the plane. I messed all
as
that up, but
far
it
as
is
we know, they're being dumped over the ocean
in yeah off the coast of Iceland. So the whole time they thought they were in the house, and they were really in this cargo plane.
and
And
killing
it just
children.
the way that it played off, like I didn't see this
I was like,
coming.
Either did
Just
I. I was like, where are they? Like, are they hiding in another room of the mansion?
right, you get to this bottom panel where it's
Uh,
like probably off the Iceland. You're like, what is he talking about? Then you cut to this. You're like, oh.
no, it's like you just killed a bunch of kids. It's like shooting a dog. It's like
Now,
it's like
fortunately, yeah, but fortunately, Garth Ennis doesn't ever. He always pushes the envelope, but never breaks it. Right, right. We just go past your mind. It's enough now.
well.
He's giving you just enough information for your imagination to do the rest, and he moves on.
Now
And
the thing
I
is that now, to be fair, as a reader, I have no idea what's going to happen next. Maybe those kids will survive. Maybe they're dumped like on weren't in the ocean. Who knows? Maybe because they got superpowers. You know. But I'm just thinking, like in the
okay.
bottom of the ocean, you got these little zombie kids. Remember because they got the VOD system in them,
They
the
have to
V.
undergo the resurrection process.
Oh,
So they're not going to undergo the resurrection. Remember, we learned that that's a process that Vought can do because that gave away Huey. So they only do that under special situations. Um,
I
at
think
least
they
that's
have
what it
enough
seems
Wiener
like.
system. You have to have enough Wiener system. It's one of the side effects of the V.
No, that I think that's what the
Uh,
boys think. But remember, we had that
oh,
scene where Godolkin was like insisting that they use the process on Silver Kincaid, and they were like, "No, we're not going to do it. Like we already did it for Nubia, and look how that turned out."
oh,
But
it's worse
again,
than shooting a dog. But yeah,
that's my interpretation from what we read. We cut up onto a train, and Butcher's uh, talking to Huey, and basically it's kind of like having a little debriefing about
and
like
he's kind of
Huey's down on
scolding
his
him. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
he's down on his luck because he doesn't like what happened. Like he's dealing with it, and Butcher's basically like, "This is big boy rules, my son." Um,
Yeah, basically saying,
and
now you know what we're up against. Here, you're like, this isn't a kids game. Basically said you basically almost got us all killed there. But what you did, basically you're lucky it turned out the different way.
yeah, and so he's arguing.
And
He's
it's
like,
like,
"Do you approve of what we saw last night? Is that what you're telling me?" And Butcher's like, "Well, what did your answer been? Because I still don't know exactly what the fuck you thought we was doing. I was gonna try and get him out of it. Some of the G-Wiz fellas maybe, just to make things better. We ain't here to make things better, are we, Huey? We're here to stop them from getting worse."
basically, if you watch the show, that's the line right there. He's like, his butcher is like he hates supers, and Huey is like, well, maybe they're not all bad. He's like, they're supers. So it's
I
already
don't.
seeing this in the comic book
I
here.
don't think he
Like
hates. I think this butcher's a little different. I don't think the butcher in the show wants to murder all supers. This butcher, I think it's
he went,
more like, I think this butcher just thinks the supers are like rodents. And as long as they're kept in check, that's fine. But he's not. He has no
he,
empathy for them. Like he'll put them down in a
yeah,
heartbeat. Like they're
he
pests.
detests them.
They're
Yeah,
pests. Yeah, he's an exterminator. But he's not. He doesn't have like a hatred. Like he's not out to find every pest in the world and kill it. He's just like, oh, you got a problem? I'll deal with it. But Huey's got empathy. Like still, he still sees the humanity in these people, which I think makes interesting.
which Butcher kind of needs because Butcher is that brand of person. Without him, he doesn't know moral compass. He might go too far.
Yeah.
So
Although this butcher does have some morality. It's
yeah,
just
and
twisted.
we also have sexy pizza up there, top Uncle Joe's.
Oh, gee, I didn't even notice that. Nice. So we get a cool scene here that I liked. I really liked the relationship between Frenchie and the
Female.
female. They're in a van, and this is not too different than what we see in the show, but this I thought this was a little telling. Um, I have some suspicions about the female in the comic version. I think she's a vampire. What about you?
I don't think she's a vampire. I think that
I don't think
she's
she's like a
just.
Dracula vampire. I think she's a V equivalent of a vampire.
I no, actually, what I think it is, I think she's basically just like the same as she is in the show. Not without the background. I think she just basically is messed up. She believes she can only do violence. She has a thing, an outlet, and so much anger. I think later on
Okay.
they're finally gonna reveal her past.
Okay,
But
so maybe I'm misinterpreting. We see here where Frenchie's like, I
yeah,
know there are men in there with work for you. I could persuade them otherwise, but more would come to fill in the gap that they left. And I know what you saw, yet barely tasted for yourself. The need
she's
must
addicted to
burn inside your
violence. Yeah,
soul
yeah,
like fire. But please do not. And she steps out of the van and he puts his hand
yeah.
on her shoulder. No.
I think
And
yeah.
she looks back like, huh? And he looks at her and says, Je suis. I can't pronounce that. Um,
This
if
is
I
what I mean.
if I cannot be your friend, I would as soon be dead. If it must be at your hand, so be it. And he looks at her and she stares back at him. This is just a cool moment. And then she brushes his hand off and walks away. And that's all
You
we
really
get.
don't need. Yeah, you don't need dialogue.
You don't.
But
And
I think she's just really addicted to violence. She has so much
okay.
pent up anger,
So
but she doesn't.
I
Yeah,
misinterpreted this scene right here. I was
yeah,
thinking maybe he was saying like you need blood. Like I think like she needed a taste for blood, and maybe. But now that I'm reading it with your explanation, it
yeah.
totally makes more your sense
Like she
than
needs the
mine.
genes. Like she hasn't been killing anybody in a while. She has the anger, but she's addicted to the life, and now she needs to go out and just beat the crap out of somebody because she needs to release her frustration.
Yeah, I was
And
thinking she needed a taste of blood. That's where the
I think
vampire.
I think she also enjoys what she does. It's all she's been growing up, and probably been raised that way, as far as we know.
Maybe, maybe. But I really love that Garth Ennis has the respect. He doesn't need to go on. This is something like you find in the bad storytellers today. They'll take this one, it's a two page scene, real simple, very little dialogue, just nice, good use of frames here, visual storytelling, real
Yep.
powerful character interaction, and then boom, she walks away and move on, done. Yeah, it's so like if this were, I'm gonna pick on Tom King. If this were Tom King, this would be the whole issue. Like he would just keep going and over explaining it, and like just not knowing where to let the scene cut. Um, and I just love how Garth Ennis is able to boil it down into
Yeah.
just the parts that are needed and then move on.
What Well, it goes from one sad scene, kind of like that emotional scene, to this emotional scene.
Oh yeah, back to Wilhelm. Um,
Yeah. Back to
and so he's talking to that detective guy
yeah,
who uh, kind of wished he was a spy, but not really, and stuff. And he's talking about his daughter, and the comic version of MM, like the mother is a piece of shit. Um, I guess she was, yeah, a total loser or whatever. But talking about their
Chunky.
kids,
Yeah, yeah.
and they're just relating to each other.
He says the reason I got to go in there because if it's he needs to know, and he kind of guy's like, well, maybe it'd be best off to not to tell exactly the truth. And he's like, his mother, because Mother Milk says he's not going to tell her, he's not going to tell the guy, but he's but he said like the guy still has a right to decide if he wants to shoot himself in the head. Maybe we'll do that, or maybe he'll find peace. Either way, he's got to tell him that Grace is dead. Yeah, because the cop, he says like yeah, no, it might be a blessing, just tell to let him know what's going on.
Yeah.
Because him being a father, I want to know. He's like, I want to know if my little girl was murdered. I would want to know. You know, the
Yeah.
comfort.
Really, this is another powerful scene. Again, you get to learn about Mother's Milk, his
But
background, and what motivates
so
him, and but also how he's relating to this particular case that was we saw in the story. This total sad case of these two brothers, and one of them's the daughter, just and how it just destroyed everybody. Um, this
so
really. Go ahead.
I want to point out one thing. Well, two things. Indie Comic Jones said that translation, we can understand the French. It says, "I am your friend." That's what Frenchie was saying to her in
Okay,
French.
cool. Thanks, Indie Comic Jones.
And the other thing is that you look at Mother's Milk. He looks like the 2000s Blade with his red the red shade sunglasses. He got the long black trench coat with the short hair. He's like it's just he
Are you
kind of
trying to
like they're
say that all
drawn like.
black men in a trench coat look like Blade?
I'm just
Is that
saying
what
there
you're
was
trying to say?
there Wesley Snipes started that, and all of a sudden everyone has to wear a trench coat and shades now. It's just specific shades.
I'm just saying you see a black man in a trench coat and you automatically say he looks like Blade.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying if you can't see that, maybe you're just racist. You don't want to see
I
it.
don't think he looks like Wesley Snipes at all. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm not saying Wesley Snipes. I'm saying in the
I'm
two,
just saying that not all black people look the same to me.
Marvel 2000, this was Blade's new look. You know.
I didn't read Marvel in 2000, so I don't know. Um,
Yeah.
so when we go back to Monkey, Monkey was the computer guy that Butcher stole the hard drive from to get secret information, and Butcher breaks in, surprises Monkey, and we get some kind of funny interaction, and Monkey realizes like, I like this. I'll give you a clue, something I'm not doing. Monkey's smiling. Yep. So and knees him in
Use
the
them in the
balls.
balls.
Butchers beats him, and basically we saw in the previous story. Remember that he had found something on the hard drive,
Yeah,
and
this guy's
we didn't
cleared.
know what it was. He was like, "Oh shit!" Like it was big, and what it is it's Director Rayner, the CIA director that he's always screwing. Um, was basically using the boys. That's what he's found out. This whole G-Men thing. It was about Silver
What?
Kincaid was really gonna like be kind of her spy and all this stuff, but then she started losing it, and eventually looks like killed herself. But then they lost all their intel, and so the boys had to go be the um, kind of replace it. But the problem is
It's all
they
about
almost all got
revenge.
killed,
Yeah.
and
The whole
Butcher's
the
just
whole thing.
like
Yeah.
like Huey almost died, so Butcher doesn't
Rayner
like
wanted
being used.
revenge. Yeah,
Right,
Rayner
right.
wanted revenge. Used them basically. He said that they basically he's pissed off because Huey put his life on the line for nothing. So
So
still it's
yeah,
not.
so
Ugh.
Butcher doesn't like being used by anyone, even his allies. Um, so yeah, he has beats him up, and then we cut over to Homelander with who's he with again? Is
That
that
guy again, the director
is that is,
guy.
is that the it's not the blonde guy,
This is another corporate guy, basically. You know,
another Vought guy,
telling
and then we
you what's
have
going on because yeah, because they lost the X Men where their little G Men thing. So now you guys are being front up. We're going to use you guys for marketing. You're our number one
oh no, it
marketing
is the
source.
blonde. This is the blonde guy.
Yeah,
This is just a bad coloring thing here. I thought I remember it being the blonde guy. So this essentially is the only guy that can talk to Homelander. In the equivalent, if you remember the original Star Wars movie, how like Moff Tarkin was the only person that could talk shit to Vader. This is Moff Tarkin. Um, it's kind of funny how Homelander just he's got Homelander's by the balls or something. I don't know what it is, but um, I'm wondering if we'll see him in the show because it talks about in the comics too that Edgar is his mentor. So we've seen Edgar in the show, but I don't know what the deal is. But basically, they're going through and they're just talking about, G-men are dead, and we're gonna need the Seven to step up, and all this different stuff, and what the new plans are gonna be. And Homelander's like, "Well, why are we wasting time on this shit when we should be discussing Butcher?" And then the blonde haired man's like, "You can't do it. I, you can't. What he has could bury us 20 times over. But that doesn't mean someone else couldn't solve the problem. Someone keen to impress, perhaps."
I think he said bury you, not us. Like Vought, they'd bury him.
Sorry,
Yeah,
you are correct. Thank you for the correction. Bury you
you're
20 times
welcome.
over. Um, could bury so someone else could do it. And so that's what they're doing is they're this is all put power behind the throne sort of things, and this is a scheming. This is all what they're doing. And we're like, well, who are they gonna scheme? Before that happens, though, you know, this guy, the blonde haired man, kind of alphas Homelander, keeps him in his place, and then we see Homelander, what we're used to kind of the show. He's not quite happy. You see his eyes lighting up. He doesn't like
Because the guy
having
just tells him like you know your place. You can't touch Butcher. You
right.
do this, you'll cost yourself, and you'll be the only one who goes down. We'll survive. We're basically that. He basically calls him out, and it just makes him Homelander seem like an idiot. No matter what he wants to do, Homelander wants to get rid of Butcher. He's like, we could, someone else kill me. He's like, no. It's like because he says like Homelander says, this is the sort of shit I know. Basically, I should be consulted on policy questions. They actually count, not meanings like crap or costumes. So he's like, we're talking to you right now. They
Yeah, he
basically
basically is
talking down him.
doing to him what Edgar did to him in the show, just like
Yes, and yeah, he does not
teaches him
like it.
who's in line. Like, dude, you're the puppy, I'm the alpha male. Back
You're
down.
the
And
product.
Homelander,
I'm the company.
right?
Yeah,
And Homelander doesn't like it, but
yeah.
he's got to deal with it. Then we see Huey and Annie in bed together, and we get to see a little bit more of their relationship becoming more intimate. And this is where we see Huey kind of confess a little bit of his background in that he
And
saw
he's
his
also
ex girlfriend die.
yeah.
Um, and she kind of, she's just emotional support, and they just have a close, intimate moment. And the end of this scene is, just hold on to us, or please just hold on tight. Um, and
Yeah, this world's a shit world. We know all we got is each other, so don't let this die. Basically,
So it's pretty cool, actually. I like this scene because anyone who's had a girl and you've had
yeah.
if you've been a man who's been in a serious relationship that's ended and you're with a new woman and you reflect on your past serious relationship
You're like,
and
oh
the new
crap.
woman does not want to hear it. Like
Yeah,
that is no zone. So it was nice that Huey could have this intimate moment and powerful, and she wasn't like bitchy about it. Like she was very understanding and comforting of his trauma. So it speaks a lot to her character. Is all I'm trying to get at.
they're both in the they're both messed up. They both have experienced trauma, so the fact they're both broken, it's kind of working for them.
Kinda, yeah. But I mean, it's just
And,
you know what I'm
and then
saying.
we
Like
get
it's
and then so I love how we go for those like these couple emotional scenes here and stuff,
yes.
and then we go to it's like, all right, we're back to being comedy now. In the
Well, it's
next
like, yeah, it's so
page.
emotionally like we're not you have to read it to get like it's heartbreaking like what it's going through here, and it's so powerful emotion, like two characters like love each
And
other,
then
have a
and then they're
healthy
like,
relationship, and
switch,
then it's then it's this, and it's like pig,
switch
pig,
turns.
pig, fucking pig, and it's back to Butcher and his uh
Because he knows about what Rainer did, and he's getting revenge.
yeah, and
And
this
as they keep going, I like how he says in here. He says like, "Yeah, if you go near super, though, what I say again?" He's like, like he basically threatens her. It's like I like calls her like a stupid slapper. Like if you're American, unless you really are degenerate, you don't know what slapper is. You're like, oh, he's just been calling her a whore or slag, the
dude,
British thing.
this is the most politically like this today would be the most politically incorrect. Not just because like, oh, it's a man and a woman having sex. That's offensive enough.
Imagine
But
this is a show.
this is such an alpha male
Yeah.
position that so many people in modern society want to pretend does not exist. Like to
Yes.
see a woman in complete and utter like this is submission to the nth degree. This woman, Director Rayner, is not just submitting, she's succumbing. She's and this is something that modern society is so much like, I'm just gonna submit, like, and then Butcher is just totally. He's not manhandling her, but
Uh,
he's being her daddy, like type of thing. Like you're gonna listen to me. You're gonna do whatever I say. Like and
she's in a boring relationship and she wants a guy who's an alpha male, and Butcher is the alpha male. She
he
deals
okay.
she
The
puts up
word
with
is
it.
dominating. Butcher is
Yeah.
dominating the shit out of her, and it's such a way. I think men get I think women get this too. I think modern society doesn't want to admit this anymore. Modern society is training us to be like, "Oh my god, this is abnormal. This is complete like no, this is actually I don't want to say
And
it's
it's
healthy. I want to say though that it's
I'm just saying,
normal.
can you imagine if they would have kept this whole thing with a Rainer in the show? Like, would put it in the show?
No, they
How
couldn't
many
do it.
people?
They
Oh, they
couldn't do
don't
it.
no, because there's no way they could do it because it'd be immediately canceled. Everybody
Well,
made
and
nothing.
also because the creators of the show are woke, so
Yes,
they changed all this.
yes.
Um, but like I said, I recognize that this is not healthy. This is not how a good like
No,
husband and
no.
wife, like uh healthy, godly type of I'm not at all condoning this, but what I'm saying is from a human nature standpoint and just how biology thinks and our like the male psyche and the female like this is normal and normal adults like recognize this and go, oh, okay. And somehow in today's age, we just go, no, that's not real. That's not actually how things are. And we try to change it. And I think that's why we reject so much stuff that we call woke, right? Like
I
when
also,
I think so many
yeah,
people see like the stuff like
yeah.
She Hulk, they're rejecting it because they go, just stop trying to make women not women and men not men. You know, like
No, yeah,
they're
yeah.
feminizing Bruce and they're over masculating Jen, and it doesn't ring true. Like we just know deep down in our bones, we're like, this is not real. Like, and it's not about that we want to hate Jen or we want to demean her. We just you can be women and strong, and you can be men and strong, and we can recognize that they're different, and we can tell stories like this that are unhealthy. Butcher's not a good guy here. It's not trying to say yes, men be like this. Like but it's showing how anyway, I'm getting way in the weeds on it.
Yeah, I know, 'cause you won't let me talk.
I
Trying to tell
will,
you
but
to shut up.
I will. I'll give you all the chance you want in a minute. But I just want to say like
I'm like,
I really like this because I just like when we can explore these ideas. Whether you like them or not, it's fine. I'm not trying to tell anyone you should like it. I'm just saying that these things should be out there. Go ahead. Please say everything you want to say.
like I said, I'm keeping this short so we can move on. And I'll probably get flack for this if somebody hears this. Say, but this is consensual sex because she enjoys it, even though she hates him. He thinks he's an asshole, but he's giving her what her husband can't: satisfaction, and she hates
Yes.
it. So don't say it's rape. If it was rape, she would not be doing. She would be totally different scenario, you know. But oh, he's taking advantage of her. Like, well, yeah, but she's also taking advantage of the fact that that her husband doesn't do this for her, so she gives into it and she submits because she's that messed up. The whole world's messed up in the boys,
Yes,
you
the whole
know.
world is messed up in the
The
boys.
fact
And
that
you
fact
kind of
that
hit it a
yeah,
lot more succinctly, Died. Kind of where I was trying to get to is
yeah,
there are a lot of women who would put themselves in the same shoes. This Rainer is not an anomaly that doesn't exist. There are a lot of women who like to be dominated by alpha males.
there's a lot of fantasy books out here too about this for women. Read romance novels about cheating. It's nothing new. I think it's gross. Yeah, it is gross. But
Yeah.
the fact that her family of her husband and her kids is on the desk right in front of her face.
Rhaegar says
Wow.
Venkman, the sex therapist, has spoken. That's funny. Uh,
So
all right, so that's it. That was the issue. So
short and sweet.
I really like that epilogue. I thought it really. I mean, it was a long story, so it
Oh,
it
it's
cut.
a moral story. Don't fuck with the boys or you get fucked.
Yeah, this is definitely there's a bit of like power fantasy in this. I think at its base, and maybe this is why Garth Ennis is such a good Punisher writer, is
Yeah.
it has a lot of the same appeal of why I think people like the Punisher because he's sort of that dark side voice that we kind of
Yep.
sometimes wish we had. You know, like sometimes you just want to see like, oh man, you know, these bad evil people doing stuff. I wish there was a guy that would just come in and waste them all. Like, you know, like
This
it's
is
probably a
yeah.
good thing that people don't really do that, but in a fantasy, like there's that and the boys are kind of like that too. Like the butcher and the boys aren't good people, but they're sort of like that dark vengeance that we all kind of have a little cravings from time to time.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, the reason I like Garth Ennis and Stephen Grant, even then, they stepped out of the box because so many people are afraid to write this stuff because they're afraid of being labeled. Well, you're the guy who just likes to write this stuff. You know, you're a narcissist, or you know, it's like, is there a reason like these experiences? Why are you writing all this stuff? You know, people look down on you because it's considered filth. But guess what? It happens in the world, and you can't wish it away. It happens. And I like that it's not, it's like I said, even though it is kind of raunchy in some things, but it's not just all about, you know, just you hate everybody in this book. There are good characters in a shitty world, and then there's a lot of bad characters. There really isn't any neutral. Butcher. He's not neutral, but he's close to being bad. But he is, but with Huey being there, you can see that he's basically like on the edge. Like, Huey is his last thread. Otherwise, I think Butcher would be much worse than he is. And I think when they did the TV show, they actually captured that whole personality of him.
I think
I mean,
the
and
Butcher
they
in the
didn't just,
comics has
yeah.
much more of a moral compass than the Butcher of the show.
Well, yes, yes, but in the same sense, though, it's like they don't talk about his whole family, his past, whatever. No, but Butcher is there's we don't know what Butcher is the way he is. We just know that he hates soups. He's got some vendetta, and sometimes he takes things too far. But I love the fact that as far as we're basically Huey. Huey is the reader. A lot of us don't want to make waves. Where we don't look at things as ever being like black and white. We look at, well, maybe this person there's a reason why they're messed up. And Butcher's there to remind us, like, that's not always the case. People are just messed up because they're messed up. They choose to be that way. So it's like a necessary evil for Huey. To remind us that the world isn't just all, happy thoughts and just like everybody's like all happy. No, like the boys is pretty much like if we were to go live in Chicago for for a day or two, intercede. Yeah, you get to see how messed up the world is. So,
Yeah, I
and
mean
it's
this
not,
this
yeah, it's not too like over the gross. It's not over the top violence every issue where people are getting their faces ripped off or heads and just arms. That's not every issue.
no, there's more violence in Invincible than in this
Yeah,
comic.
I know, right?
Yeah, this
I
I'm
I didn't.
surprised at how little violence. I mean, there is violence in this book, but
Yes.
honestly, I think the violence in this book seems bigger than it is because Garth Ennis is such a skilled writer that he understands how to make everything impactful. So it nothing is gratuitous in these books. And I say that like very deliberately because I was reading earlier a review. Uh, it wasn't actually a review. It's actually from in the next issue. I think it's in Herogasm. In one of the next trades, there's a foreword from David Lindelhoff, the showrunner from one of the showrunners of the TV series Lost. And he does a foreword of the book, and he talks about how Garth Ennis is like one of the best writers in comic history, and da da da. He's doing all
Yeah.
this ass kissing that you do in a foreword. But he talks about like one of the things he loves about the book is like all the gratuitous like sex and violence and stuff. And I was like, dude, you just missed the mark. Like, no wonder you haven't done anything meaningful since Lost. Like,
Yeah.
it's not gratuitous. That's precisely the point. Everything that Garth Ennis does here is for a reason. Gratuitous is the opposite. Gratuitous is like, you know what? It's getting a little boring right now. Throw in a sex scene. Like, just why? Oh, because we want to show tits. Like, oh, what?
Yeah.
What? Like, no. He- Ennis never does. Well, I don't want to say never because Herogasm might be the exception to the rule. However, in the normal boys storyline, when you see like that's even the sex scene with Rainer, it's for a
Yeah.
purpose. It's about him
Well,
dominating her. It's not about like,
yeah.
hey, I just want to show some TNA right now.
So it's funny that Ed Brewer brings in 50 Shades of Grey, because that's basically what Raynor and Butcher's relationship is, but there's no love.
I
She
don't know if
loves
there's
being
love in
dominated.
I don't know if
And
there's love in
he
50 Shades either, but yeah, I get your
well,
point.
actually there is. I mean, from what I've heard, the main character, he basically likes the two main characters love each other,
Okay.
as far as I know. She just, Obviously, Raynar is she loves being dominated, and he's the only one that will speak to her that way, and she loves it because she's
Mhm.
probably one of those people that basically is used to getting her own way, being the
No,
boss in her
the 50
family. Yeah,
the
so
50 Shades comment is as absolutely perfect. I totally forgot about that.
yeah,
There is I just it frustrates me as an older guy. I just watch these young kids, these young boys growing up, and I just see like how we're we're just effeminizing men. And I see we make comments like, "Oh, weak beta male" and all this stuff, and I just feel bad because we're teaching these men like you see like simp culture, right? It's becoming this huge thing. It's like, no, I want to just teach all these boys, women don't want you to be a weak simp. Believe me. There's the term nice guys finish last exists for a reason. 90%, I mean, I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm sure 90% of women would prefer butcher over a creepy little, like the girl, the fact they put in the comic here. I mean, if I can get back, the the where was it? The number one fan for Maeve. Here
yeah,
he is,
simp
right
here
here. Right? This is the opposite of Butcher. And they
works for
talk about
pittance.
like, oh, he's
Yeah,
Maeve's number one fan, spittoon flipper or something. Works for a pittance and hope that she might one day use him to as a douche. Like, yeah, like this is not what you want to be, guys. And it's not just because of the image. It's not I mean, obviously they're drawing him to look like a total dork, but
don't
women
chase
want
women that will never chase you back.
yeah. And I just
That's
I just man, and because and here's the thing, I've been both. So I know. I've been on both sides of the coin. So um
at the same time,
not at the
he
same
chased
time.
himself.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I'm loving this book as always. Next Monday is a special edition of The Boys. It's not part of the main series, so there's no issue numbers. Well,
It
there's
takes place before you get to issue 30 and 31, Hero Gasm. You're supposed to read those 6 issues, and then you go back and read 31.
yeah,
That's what I that's what I
it's
found
kind
out.
of okay. I thought it was outside the storyline. Well, I mean, obviously it's within the storyline, but
Yeah,
it's not directly connected. They were separate issues. It's got a different artist, so but
but it
it's
ties
it's
into what's going on. That's the time period that it goes
yeah,
on.
it does tie in, and it's very interesting. I read the whole thing today actually, and it's
So
that it does have a lot of gratuitous stuff in it. It's a little bit different. Um, so show up. Make sure you bring your parental permission slips to show that you mommy and daddy say it's okay because it's going to be an R-rated one. It's um
R-rated, man. It might be youth restricted.
NC-17.
Yes.
It's it's not that bad. I mean, it's bad.
Bring your sanitizer and your bleach for your eyes.
It's
Also,
raunchy though.
bring your favorite lube and your glove. No one will judge you because
Let's see.
we're the only ones on a mic, so we can't hear.
There were some comments that I wanted to address here. Rhaegar asks, "Is there wokeness in The Boys the show? If so, why is it so beloved by the what should we call them? The non-woke?" And
I
then
was looking at his other comments. It's his new one.
Ed says, "I for one
Nope.
don't mind woke if it's presented in a clever way." Then Rhaegar responds, "I had Ed, I've been looking for media that would explain to me what the show is about. They give me the impression that it's not woke, but then I know it's overly postmodernist." Um, Ed says, "I'm still behind, to be honest, starting to watch season two, but I heard the same things that you have, Rhaegar. As long as it's done with the context of the story, I probably won't mind when it rears its woke head." Um, Rhaegar says, "Also, woke in a clever way is not woke in the way that we understand it. I would venture that presenting social commentary in a non preachy way is the opposite of woke." And then he also says, "It's quite something. My nephews, who just in their teens have seen the show, where I have yet to. What an interesting universe we live in." Wait, your nephews are just into their teens and they're watching The Boys? You need
13 or
to
14
speak.
years old. Yeah, you
You need to
don't.
speak with your brother or sister, whoever's kids those like that is dude.
That hero gasm is all about there's nudity and all that stuff, sex and all that stuff.
The
There's
show, like,
wow,
as bad as the comic is, the show is worse.
yeah.
The sh Dude, it is not appropriate for 13, 14-year-olds. Um, so, I mean, it's not my kids, but it's your family, man. Like, hopefully you get through to 'em. I don't know. It's like it's family sensitive, right? Um,
Rhaegar, as far as there being gay stuff in it, for hero gasm, you'll just have to tune in and see for yourself.
so I want to address. I know I read a bunch of things. They were all related, so I wanted to kind of get through those because I thought it was a good thing to address. Let me ask you first, Vankman. What do you think? Is the boys' TV show woke?
Uh, the season finale of this last season, you can see it a little bit. They're bringing a little bit of politics into it. For the most part, though, I don't see it being really woke. I mean, I see that what they're bringing in. Basically, the best way I can describe it is what was Breen said, told me a while back. We are talking about it. When you watch The Boys, they're making fun of both sides. So, and that's what comedy's supposed to do. You're not supposed to pick one lane. You make fun of both. That's why when I watched like Steve Martin and uh what's his name Steve Martin and Martin Short, they're the comedy team. They were doing a tour a couple of years back. I saw them 2019 I think it was, or 2018. They said comedy is all about making fun of everyone. Everyone's fair game. I don't care who you are. You don't like it, we're gonna laugh at you still. so so that's the whole point of comedy. You may not like it, but no one says that you have to. So the show is kind of like that. They're not catering to anybody. They make fun of everything, which is a really good
Mm,
thing to see. They make fun of
the
Christianity.
show,
They
the
make fun of
show is
Hillary
not.
Clinton in there. Yeah.
I don't think the
They
show is really a comedy, though. That's one of the big difference to me
no,
from the.
but not. But I'm saying use that as an example though, is that they don't care who you are, just like comedians don't care what your politics or what your orientation is. They are making fun of everyone equally in the show.
I'm not
That's
so
what I
sure
love.
that's the case.
That's what I've been enjoying about the show. They don't care who you are.
I don't think the
Everyone
show.
is
Well, the
fair
thing is,
game.
I don't think the show is making fun of anyone. Well, except in the last season. I don't think the show is. It's not like South Park. What I love South Park, and South Park is a show that makes fun of everybody. like, um,
So it's not more of a comedy. This isn't really comedy, but
this
I'm saying it's
show
still
doesn't.
it's not pandering to one person or one crowd.
I would say the TV show doesn't pander. That is, for the most part, it does not pander. I did not detect that the show was woke. Even the third season, I wouldn't say is woke. I say what I did make a comment earlier was that the creators are woke, and I do stand by that belief. And it is evident in the show. By the end of the third season, there seems to be a very, very clear, like, not even trying to hide it, parallel between a Homelander and his fans being essentially Trump and, the MAGA crowd, and then the opposite side being like
Hillary
the
Clinton.
oppressed, yeah, the liberal, like, oh, everything, just it really just is a parallel of exactly
But
what's
that
going on in
yeah.
society right now, and it was
But that was only
so
till
on the
season 3.
nose it
Yeah.
made me cringe.
But that was season
But
3 though. First 2 seasons you didn't get that at all. Not that I noticed.
yeah, yeah,
But
and you didn't really even get it in the third season until the end
yeah, that's what I
when you
mean.
get the whole like protesting thing. Um, I mean, they even yeah. I mean, we could go on for a long time about it. However,
Season 1 though, just like the boys, they showed how there are fake Christians. The whole VOT was sponsoring this Christ, come to faith, Christian camp, convention, all stuff, and outdoor concert, sponsored by VOT. one of the former superheroes out there is giving performing miracles like he's Jesus. It was they made fun of Christianity, but then they also pointed out that the guy is just basically a hack. You know, and, eventually gets exposed and stuff. But I mean, so I do like the fact that they're not holding him back, but it's not just really attacking just one thing. Because like sometimes you get shows where like yeah they'll attack like a specific thing and they'll praise one and they'll attack the other. I never really got that.
No,
Until
I
I
think for the
mean,
most part, the
yeah,
boys stays out of those waters.
yeah, which is great. That's why I think a lot of people like it.
Right. Like, I mean, one of my favorite characters is MM. And
Yep,
what's the actor's name? Something Alonzo.
something like
Uh,
that. I don't know.
he's really good. I'm like, I want to see more of him. Now,
Frenchie too, man.
in a woke show, they would be playing up his blackness, right? They would be making sure to be like do dumb scenes like we saw, like if you ever
I
watch
think on
the Black
Lightning.
Lightning TV show, like it opens up with them being arrested by the cops and oh, they're gonna be it's just like that stupid just like shut up. None of that happens in this show. It just stays clear. It treats all the characters as people, right? It doesn't sit there and
Now
hyper focus on skin
I
color.
could see.
Nor,
Now hear
hold
this.
on, it does do a few tips. For example, it does in the early seasons we did forget about this Vankman, and that's probably to the show's credit. It does flop Maeve to be a lesbian.
Now here's the other thing I'll say to him. People who don't watch the show, but like, oh, they race swapped A Train. Now he's black. I'm not watching it now.
Well, but they also race swapped Deep to be white.
Yep. So
So
it's like-
here's the thing. I'm one of the biggest opponents to race swapping. But the reason I'm opponent to race swapping is because almost always it's done for racist reasons. I would say if it's not appropriate to make Black Panther a white guy, then it's not appropriate to make Thor a black dude. Right? It's what's good for the goose, good for the like. But if you are equal, if you're like, hey, we'll swap white, we'll swap, then that's not racist because you're being unilateral about it. But when it's only
Edgar was
one
also race
direction,
swapped too. Yeah.
that's racist.
Edgar
And
was
so
also race swapped.
who?
Edgar, they race swapped him. Giancarlo. Edgar was
I
race swapped.
guess
He was
Edgar.
white.
I don't even remember who Edgar is in the comics.
Well, you've seen him. They
Barely.
just haven't named him. They haven't named him
Yeah,
though, but he's white.
sure. But when it's a character that is like barely in a panel somewhere, that's a very
Well, you
different.
to be fair, you haven't read all the way through though. He's in there more predominantly towards we get further
Possibly,
in.
I sure. But my point is, it's a big difference between some side character
Well, yeah, it's not like
versus
you're not getting like Homelander making him Latino or black or whatever when
and
he's a white
and
guy.
look, and
Yeah.
oftentimes it's totally fine. Like Edgar's race is not important to his
Do,
character.
do you remember
Clear,
when they made
clearly, is like Homelander and A Train aren't either. They just flip the two. Which I
the
honestly think
biggest?
it works better in the show. I think the show version of
Oh,
Homelander and A Train work better than the comic version.
so was it second season? A lot of people were pissed off because they not race swap, but they gender swap Stormfront. Stormfront, he's a white guy, white Jewish, whatever, or a person or character. And the show, they turned him into a white
He's a white
person.
Nazi.
Yeah, well, that's the kicker, dude. And I don't want to, So in the show, they're like, "Oh, a strong female, powerful female is in the seven. She's cool. We love Stormfront." Until they were saying like, "Yeah, we love her," until they found out that she's a Nazi, and then people were pissed off. Because remember that was the whole thing. This SJW is like, "Yeah, Stormfront, she's so great," and and like you're praising her. She's such a great person, and then she turns out to
Eh,
be a Nazi. It was awesome.
it's the same thing that happened in Game of Thrones when
Yep.
uh Daenerys the whole time. Oh, Daenerys so great. Oh yeah, your SJW queen when she burned everybody and killed them. Yeah. Oh, that's so stupid. Nope, it's just like every SJW in history. Once they get what they want, everyone else can burn. And that
Yep.
was the great story of Game of Thrones, which I'm going to go on my little soapbox for a sec. and everyone hates it. One of the things I love so much that they had the balls to tell that story. And same thing with Stormfront. I loved how they were like, "Oh, it's just so great," and then it was like, "Yeah, but she's a white Nazi." Like, oh, you got exposed.
Yeah,
No, I
yeah.
thought what they
Those
did, they gender swapped Stormfront for the show, but it totally works. Like they
Queen Maeve, I
clearly
didn't really care. It didn't really affect me that she's a lesbian in the comic book. Yeah, okay, she has sex with men. Up at this point, she's basically a nobody.
oh
So I
Stormfront
didn't in the comic book right now.
Stormfront's a dude.
Or not? That's I mean, it's not front. I'm talking about Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve.
Oh
She,
yeah,
right now, yeah,
she's a total hetero.
yeah. In the comic book, she's basically hasn't said much at all so far. How many issues
No,
we're
no, but
in?
my point was
Yeah,
is that in the show, making her gay was clearly like a political statement. It was clearly like
but
gay
maybe if it was
representation.
cool, maybe it was. But to me, it didn't really bother me because it doesn't really change the story.
No, no, but I'm only trying to, people had
Yeah,
questions, is the show woke or not woke? I'm
yeah,
not
yeah.
trying to tell you to think it is. I'm just trying to point out that there
No,
were things in the show. They were done
that
actually really well and for the most part tasteful. So people like RDV and for myself, I didn't really mind the Maeve stuff too. I rolled a couple times. I was like, oh, it's just clearly, but it's not so overly done where you're like gagging yourself. You're just
to
like,
me,
okay, I get what they did. Move on.
I don't think it was even woke. I think it's just a basic. They're making fun of the trope that Amazons would be lesbians. That's why I looked at it as a joke part. Wonder Woman. Of course she's gonna be
But
gay.
that last scene in season 3 was
Yeah,
totally.
yes, yes, I admit that. But up in that point, though, in the seasons, it didn't really just scream like,
You're
"Oh,
right.
wow,
I agree.
yeah,
For the most
I
part, they
met gay
handle it
men."
tastefully.
Yeah,
They don't go like that. That's the thing. If you're gonna do some of these things, but you still do it well and you have good writing and you overcome it, then like I said, the most thing I did is I rolled my eyes and I moved on. And so
wait for it.
the
Yeah,
show is really good. I'm not going to pretend that certain things aren't there. That wouldn't be fair to people asking me questions, but it's done in a subtle enough fashion that some people don't even notice it. Some people like myself,
yeah.
I might be a little bit more sensitive to it. So I just rolled my eyes and I moved on. Even the
I'll
worst
yeah.
part, which is the end of season 3, it's still mostly just roll my eyes. It's still mostly my thing is more like you didn't need this. The show was so good. You didn't need to go do this. It's really just dumb. You're just I didn't feel offended. I didn't just go like "f the show." It's just more of like, "Oh, come on, guys, just stay what you're doing."
I
That's
do want
all.
to make a clarif. I do want to make a clarification though. They did not make her lesbian. They made her bisexual because she does have sex with Butcher. That was season 3. She had been in a relationship with Homelander before that. Then she found a girl that she loved with, and then while she's broken up, she after she's been rescued, she had sex with Butcher in their little apartment building thing.
I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna reserve comment. Um,
Yes.
so it says Rhaegar says also they could not help themselves in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I said, I am very sensitive. Keep in mind, I'm very sensitive to these things. So I
We know
notice
you're
more
sensitive.
than other people, but it's just it's just come on. When there's a dude literally like it's like MAGA hat wearing. Like it's just it's just silly. It's just to the point where I was like, come on. Like it's still good
I
though.
think
The thing is
shock and awe. That's yeah.
Homelander is such a great villain. I just feel it's dumb. I feel it's weak to the character to try to draw parallels to Trump. I just like it's the show would be better off if you just didn't even try because Homelander is so good. He's literally I am struggling. Can you think? Let's think. Is there a better on-screen comic book villain than Homelander from history of TV and movies?
Currently, right now, portrayal as being that
In
he's
the history of TV and movies is if because there maybe is. I just want to know who is at least as good or better than Homelander as a villain.
man. That's a
I
lot of
can't think of
villains too to
one.
think of.
There may be out there, but I can't think of one.
It's been a while, but
Thanos,
man, even Thanos is kind of
even
like,
Thanos. No, okay.
Thanos was kind of a chump. Uh, trying to think. Well, I do like and
Heath
I'll
Ledger
get flack for
Joker?
this. Heath Ledger Joker was pretty good. Um, Tom Cavanaugh's Reverse Flash. I think with more better writing, he could be a much more diabolical villain. He definitely redeemed himself this last season finale of The Flash. Holy crap, that show in just like the last 10 minutes proved that hey, we have nuts. We're just not allowed to use them. But Homelander though, Homelander with free reign. He is just a diabolical, sadistic, unpredictable person in the book, in the show. The show though, the comic books though, we still haven't seen him snap yet. He's still kind of mentally there.
So my point though is
Yeah,
in the
in the
history of
show,
TV and
yeah,
movies,
yeah,
for comic book TV and movies, in
yeah.
the history, Homelander, if Homelander's not the best, he's at the very in that crowd. He's in that
They kind of
discussion.
turned him into Ultraman. You think about it.
He's
Ultraman's not that bright, but he's basically what Superman would be evil.
just but he's such a great screen presence. He's so scary. He's so fascinating. I- He's
I've never seen a grown man that's scary as he is drink milk.
I just that's my point though is when you're doing that good, right? It'd be like comparing him to Darth Vader, the original trilogy Star Wars, right?
Mm.
For decades, Darth Vader has been considered not just in sci-fi or whatever, but the greatest on-screen villains of all time. And then all of a sudden at the very end to be like do a Trump comparison to Vader.
I
You're
would say
not doing the character. You're just don't do that. Just you are the gold medal. You just stop.
uh, I would say there is one closest, and that's from My Hero Academia. I think it's is it All for One, the villain?
Yeah.
Yeah, when he goes against One for All,
But All for One's not
All Might.
All for One is a powerful villain, but I'm talking about as a presence. I'm
Diabolical.
talking about like just the delivery, that charisma, that memorable. Like you're just gonna he's gonna be a character that you're gonna remember for decades. Like Darth Vader, right? Like you just go,
Yeah.
man, that was just why can't they make villains that cool? The actor, the showrunner, the writing, they've put all this
I'm sorry.
together to make the rendition of
Uh,
Homelander.
oh my gosh, he's Zach Morris all grown up. He snapped because he didn't get Kelly.
Jimmy says Giancarlo Esposito in Breaking Bad. That
Yeah,
is a great. That's a
that's
good villain too. It's not a comic book, but that's what we're talking about. That sort of
yeah.
level of just like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And the point I'm trying to say is that we can't easily think of the entire history of comics and TV and movie. We can't easily come up with someone that go, oh well, this guy was better. Like we couldn't even say like Heath Ledger Joker and go, oh no, we're like, oh maybe Heath Ledger, maybe we're like Thanos, maybe I don't think like like when you don't have one definitive, that's saying something.
Yeah.
Um, Another question: would it be fair to compare villains to Homelander, given the mature nature of the show? And you know what I mean. Um, I think it's fair because while the mature nature of the show kind of puts a wall, like you're not letting little kids see it. Hopefully, I don't think that is a deal breaker of like what makes a good villain or not a good villain. It does limit like who's going to be experiencing it, but an achievement is an achievement, in my opinion. So you can say like Scar in The Lion King is a great villain and it's an all ages show. So it's but it doesn't necessarily that doesn't make him better because he's accessible to all ages.
I
Uh
would say right now, I mean, I Lex Luthor in is I guess he's diabolical depending which version you're talking about. But I mean, right now, currently, Homelander is pretty much considered by because he's more fresh in everybody's mind. But I can't think of any right now. Other than yeah, there's Darth Vader.
I
We
thought of
have some
Lex
good villains.
Luthor, but who's the
Yeah,
best Lex Luthor in TV or movies?
Clancy Brown.
And is Clancy Brown's Lex Luthor on the level of Homelander?
Guy would cut when well he's smart. He knows when to cut his losses. Homelander is
But
a
I'm
person
not
that
talking
did.
about like is he capable. I'm talking about as an achievement
I'm
in a
explaining if you'd shut up. I'm just saying the reason that I would not choose Lex Luthor, Clancy Brown, because Homelander will not back down. Homelander, he'll put his whole life because he's that much of like a crazy person. He'll fight. Now that being said, though, he did though. I gotta backtrack and say, in that third season though, that fight, he realized he's being gonna be outmatched. He kind of was gonna leave. You know,
I was
uh,
just trying to be clear though that I'm not talking about like it's not a who would win scenario. I'm talking about just an achievement in character creation as a memorable standout character that you just go wow, right? It doesn't have to be a power level. You can easily create a character that's way more powerful than Homelander
I'm
or
just
way
saying,
less.
Homelander's crazy. That's what makes him interesting. I could care less about him being Superman's powers. The fact that
Right.
he's crazy and has
His
Superman powers at the same time, that's what makes him interesting. You take away one of those two things,
his
he's just another
presence
away.
on
Yeah,
screen. You feel his presence on screen every moment. It's the same thing in Jimmy's example with
yeah,
Juan Carlo Esposito in Breaking Bad.
yep.
That character is just memorable every second. I mean, that performance put him on the map. We know who
Just he
Juan
and
Carlo
Heisenberg.
is because of that. We like Breaking Bad. We're like, holy shit.
Yeah,
um,
I said both of them are actually on the same level. Actually, if I think about it, uh, Giancarlo Esposito and Homelander.
yeah, he's a great actor with a lot of great charisma. But on the show,
But I agree. Yeah, Jesse Eisenberg
Homelander
is
just
the best.
every season just gets more and more imposing and more just like, oh my
Well,
goodness, what are you gonna do with this guy? Like
oh yeah, where's your Sonic Boom guy? Yeah, he's up on the roof, just mangled.
seriously, Homeland they did such a good job with Homelander
The mirror
that you
scene
almost want to I
is what
almost
sold
think
it
the
for me.
show needs to be just renamed Homelander. It's really just the Homelander
Well,
show.
then they'd have to go to CBS because there already is a Homelander thing.
Mr. Snick says Voldemort, maybe? Different genre. Um,
For me, the creep level factor, Homelander and Giancarlo Esposito is basically the Chicken Man, Gus Fringe, in Walking in our how was I say Walking Bad? No, that'd be kind of cool though. Breaking
Gus
Bad.
Gus had a lot of the similar qualities of like just memorable and charismatic and like just the
That's
difference
what
is Gus was very short lived relatively, so
that's why they brought him over though. Yeah.
I don't think he's got quite the impact. Home like I said,
And the other
yeah,
thing too about Gus, though, we forget that Mike did all the work. That's why Gus was that badass because Mike is what kept him alive. But then you
certainly,
won't probably
but
understand.
I'm
Yeah,
not talking. I don't care about the character's internal qualities. I care about it more as like an artistic creation. How that's all I'm gauging on the success of
yes,
that.
his personality, yes, is that he said now as far as who's more of a threat, it's gonna be Homelander.
Oh
Giancarlo
yeah, yeah. I'm not talking
Esposito,
about that. Yeah,
yeah, threat level though. I'm just saying though, but
nope.
both give a great performance, and that's why he got the role of Edgar in this because you're kind of getting the same like almost more like a Gus Fringe kind of thing going on with him, where he tells Homelander, "I'm the boss. You do what the fuck I say." It's like that was like, oh my gosh! I'm like, you're just waiting. You're like, well, you already know that Homelander's already kind of like unraveling. What is he gonna do? And he's like, he wants to freaking do it, but he holds back. Like we saw that in the comic book tonight, issue 30. Same situation where he basically the guy tells him like Homelander's like, you're just a product, you know, you know. So I mean, I'm curious to see how what's going to go on next with these books. But definitely check out the Boys TV show. If you've been
Well,
following along with us, you kind of know what's kind of going on a little bit. But the comic is vastly different than the show. I'll tell you that much.
yeah, they're very
Um,
different. You appreciate them on they obviously have some similarities. They're one's inspired by the other, but
yeah.
you can appreciate them as two different animals.
But I'll
Rhaegar
say this
asks,
though.
go ahead, say what you're gonna say.
I'll just say this. if you watch the show, it kind of ruins the spoiler as far as what's going to go on with the butcher and stuff because you kind of already know what's going on. But then also, to say like if you watch the show first and you're in the comic books, you might be disappointed because you might not like what happened because you might like what they did in the show more than what they did in the comic books. So I'm just saying it's a 50-50 gamble. If you read the books first or watch the show first. I watched the show first. I'm reading I already know what goes on with Butcher and everything, so I already got that spoiled for me because with the show and stuff. I'm hoping that the book, at least everything leading up to that, is awesome. And so far, it's been helping out for me. I actually know what's going to go on. But as far as the rest of that going on, the story leading up to that, it's amazing ride. Garth Ennis writing everything. He is a brilliant writer, and I just whenever I see a Garth Ennis books, Punisher or even Peacemaker, hit one shot he did. Dude, I want Garth Ennis Peacemaker. That's what I want. Give me more of that.
I also watched the show first, um,
Yeah.
and then read the books. I don't know what the experience is in the reverse, but I completely advocate seeing the show first. I don't think the show will ruin the comics at all because they are different animals. And that's one of the things that I continue to love about it is that I don't feel like I'm reading the comics and I'm just like, oh, this is what the adaptation. It's not the show is not really an adaptation of the comic. The show is really
Yes and
more
no.
inspired by the comic, and the
Yeah.
showrunners are like, let's take this concept and tweak it, keep some of the characters like visually the same, but kind of mess with the formula a little bit. So there are some
Well,
similarities and familiarities there, but how they execute it and do it are very different. And I think, in my experience, I think if you read the comics first and then saw the show, you might watch the show and be like, this isn't how it's supposed to be, which could adversely affect your show. I went in the show blind, I had no idea what I was supposed to get.
yeah.
I fell in love with it. Then I read the comics and I was like, oh, this is the original stuff, but it's different and it has a different flavor. Like Garth Ennis approaches it more from a comedy standpoint, where the show is like really dark and grim, it's drama. And it just allowed me to just see it as two different things, and I love it. So I get my cake and eat it too.
All right, good night, Mr. Snit. Thank you for watching. This is his first
Yeah,
time. Check out. There should be a playlist if there isn't one yet. We'll probably make one so you can just go back and watch all the other ones. In fact, there might be a link
if
there
you've
for
got
going back to
50
previous.
hours to kill
I
of
know,
hearing a
right?
bunch of dopes argue about nonsense,
The great
um,
thing is, though, is you can fast forward through the crap, get to where
yeah,
you want to.
you can listen at 2.0 speed, and it'll sound like Venkman will sound like this. Um,
That's how I was if I was with Starlight.
Dude, listening to you at beyond normal speed is impossible. I tried it once. It was
You did? Oh,
yeah. I sometimes use this fast forward speed when I'm like watching a live stream and I need to like go back and listen to something, and then I want to catch up to real time, so that I watch it like 1.5, so, and then it'll
well, if
catch
you're
up.
gonna do that, look at transcript. A lot of times they have transcripts.
Oh, I can't do that. It just mistranslates everything. Um,
It's what's great about that. It's like you're just watching somebody who's drunk.
uh,
Whoa.
what was it that Rhaegar was saying that says he says might have to see what everyone's raving about held off for an admirable amount of time. Now, Rhaegar, I just want to say one thing to you. I don't want to oversell it. The bad thing about talking too great about something sometimes is you put unreasonable expectations, and then it makes people come in and go, "Well, this isn't as good as they said it was." So that's the tough thing. I think oftentimes it works better if you're just okay. I'm coming with low expectations, um, and maybe it'll impress you. Um, and then also, I wanted to address the comment. Here's the one I really wanted to say: was you said Homeland's best villain ever? Is that the consensus? That's not at all what I was trying to say. I don't think
He is
Homelander is the
best
best villain.
boy.
What I'm talking about is just a portrayal of a villain, right? Like
The actor.
is
I think that
when you
yeah.
think of performances, right, as a villain, as a presence on film and or television, what are the best ones, right? Not necessarily Lex Luthor obviously is a great all-time great comic book villain. There's been many portrayals of him on screen. That doesn't necessarily mean that if you put anyone on Lex Luthor on screen, it's going to be great. That's not what I'm. So what I'm saying is there's like Heath Ledger's Joker, super memorable. So many people like it's one of my favorites of all time. He would absolutely be top 1% villain on screen villains. Not because I love the Joker so much. I just think that that incarnation of it, that the directing, the writing, the acting, all of it together, just I'll remember that performance for the rest of my life. That's what I'm talking about. Homelander is like that level. He's not my favorite villain ever. They just did such a great execution of it. That's it's one of the best executions of a villain on screen. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. Well, yeah, I was just gonna pick it back up what Nick said. Voldemort was huge with the whole Harry Potter thing. Kick the movies coming off, the books were popular, so I can see why people they like that. He's always gonna be a popular villain. You know,
It
just
says
like
Voldemort
Doc Ock.
can't smell what the Rock is cooking.
You making fun of because he's handicapped? Jeez, he's a
you
wizard
know,
though.
Voldemort was fine. I didn't think that he was. I guess I read the books before I saw the movies, so that's always a difficult thing. Voldemort was less scary in the show or the movies than he was in the book to me. So when I kind of saw it, I was like, he's okay, but he was very he was fine. I don't want to say like anything negative, but he didn't stand out. I thought Professor Snape was a better villain than Voldemort.
I have no idea. I never watched a single freaking minute of it.
No,
But
you're like the generation
but
for it.
my friend who was born in 91, 92, that's his generation. He liked that stuff. I was just like, no, give me more. More. I was trying to think what I was more watching. I mean, Harry Potter just didn't seem like really that interesting to me at the time. I was more into just playing video games. I was playing. I was, dude, I was doing. I was playing Uncharted games. I was playing all the Batman RPG games. Movies. The only thing I was watching was what was it? The Tom Cruise movies. As far as the what's it called? Hate that I can't figure out what it is. Uh, I want to not say Fast and Furious, but it's the other one, Mission Possible. I was more into those, but
Ed Brewer says Red Skull and Captain America.
yeah.
What's your feelings on that?
Uh,
Red Skull a success?
as a villain, as time, he was. I mean, really back in the day, in the comic books, he was kind of a corny villain. But like
No, I think he was talking about
in the
MCU.
movie,
We're talking
oh
about on
MCU,
screen.
MCU. I mean, I thought they did him dirty. They should have had him be more of a villain coming back. Instead, they had him come back in Infinity or Endgame, what it was. And just being like, "Oh yeah, yeah, I'm just a guy, a bearer of the soul, stuck here for eternity." I'm thinking like,
Well, part of it
no,
is the actor didn't want to come back, so that was difficult.
yeah, that's what sucked about it. Then then you recast. Then I don't care. It's
I
like
mean, the guy they actually got to play him in Infinity was good.
Hugo,
I was like, oh,
Hugo,
that's.
yeah, yeah,
I was like, you're gonna replace Hugo Weaving. That's a tough challenge, and you pulled it
right,
off.
right, yeah,
But speaking of Hugo Weaving, and speaking of like memorable villains, dude, Mr. Smith in the Matrix, Agent Smith. That's a great villain.
yeah. I mean, there's many villains in through cinema, but I mean,
Great
Lex Luthor is
performance,
still up
man.
there. But Joker, all that stuff, they're the big ones. But like
See, I'm
Homelander,
waiting. I'm
just
waiting. I've never seen for me, for my personal taste, I have not encountered a Lex Luthor that I liked on screen.
on screen actor.
And
As
I
far
love
as
Gene
that,
Hackman. Gene Hackman is one of my
yeah,
all-time favorite actors, but his version of Lex was more of a comedy kind of
no, no,
tongue-in-cheek
and
Lex.
that's why I kind of I'd say the closest on screen I kind of liked was the Dean Cain one. He was more because he was more like the one he read in the John Byrne comic books in the early days, the post crisis. He was back to being that. But sadly, though, they ran ideas for him and just kind of like phased him out of the series. But non-live action, I guess still gotta say Clancy Brown in the animated cartoon series. He crossed over from the Superman cartoon in the 90s, and they went over to the Justice League. And he was basically the John Byrne version, which I loved. I was like, this is good. Clancy Brown. You ever hear his voice? He's the guy who speaks for for Mr. Krabs on SpongeBob. It's that deep voice, baritone voice, and the way they drew Lex Luthor in that cartoons, he looked like Billy Zane. Billy Zane, imagine Billy Zane all buffed and jacked out. That's what he looked like. That's like so. I always everybody says like they missed the opportunity to have Billy Zane be Lex Luthor.
I still could. You can make Lex Luthor be old.
I mean, yeah, exactly. He doesn't have to be like
Yeah.
yeah. But
Ed
but
says Doc Ock in Spider-Man 2.
yeah,
That's a pretty solid. That was
yeah.
uh, Alfred Molina's Doc Ock was pretty damn
But yeah,
impressive.
justice for Red Skull. He got nerfed.
Jimmy says Kevin Spacey is the best Luthor.
I wouldn't trust him around Super
Mm.
Sons.
I was just gonna say Jimmy likes his Lex Luthor as a sex offender. uh, I have to agree with who made the comment. Rhaegar says Jesse Eisenberg. I don't know if he's the best, but I do like Jesse Eisenberg. I like that
He had better
version of Lex.
dialogue.
I thought it was
Yes, he had better,
interesting.
but he didn't have the physical presence.
He wasn't comic accurate Lex, but I thought if I didn't know who Lex Luthor was, if I had never experienced it, you're just like, here's the villain. His name is Lex. What Jesse Eisenberg did, I thought was was effective.
He was
I
like
think
Maximilian from Tiny Toons, bro. He was
I,
not intimidating at all.
well, he wasn't trying to be intimidating. He was portraying a different type of. That's all I'm saying. If you don't come into that bringing baggage of what you think Lex is supposed to be, I think that was the problem. Like he wasn't able to pull it off because so many people came in and was like, "This isn't Lex Luthor. This is something totally different." It's
Yeah.
the same problem that what's his name had as the Joker um, from Suicide Squad,
Oh. You're talking about the guy from
Morbius.
what's it? Yeah, he was better. Yeah, I forgot his name is.
I forgot the actor's name. I'm drawing a blank. I'm sure someone in the chat can get it first. Brownie point to whoever gets it first. Um, but yeah, I mean, he couldn't. There was no way that that Joker was going to be able to deliver because everyone comes in n- knowing what Joker is. Like they come with those pre expectations and they see that and they're like, "This isn't Joker."
Lex Luthor in Smallville was too chummy with Superman or actually the Clark. He wasn't a villain enough. I prefer him being ruthless, only caring about himself, making money, dealing with inner gang. I don't, you know, I want to be the master planner guy, the guy that Superman can never get into the jail because the fact that he's just always one step ahead. You know, I love that. It gives a challenge for Superman to do that. That I didn't like the fact Smallville like Clark and and Lex are friends. They're in the cave painting. Their destiny is supposed to be entwined together as brothers. You know, who hate each other. I was like, what is this crap? This is before CW. This is WB. I was like, and then
Yes,
Chris, yeah, yeah.
Smallville was the blueprint for all the CW stuff.
But I do think it's hilarious that Michael Rosenbaum. Yeah, everybody loves his Lex Luthor there. Went around and then he's like, I'm Wally West on the Justice League cartoon. Like, what the hell? It's like when I found that out, I was like, you're shitting me. There's no way. It's like, wow. I mean, just shows you. I mean, if you avoid, it's something about voice acting. I like as much as we're all about. Oh, I love live action superhero stuff. Give me the animated stuff because then you can get anybody. Kevin Conroy would never be a great on-screen Batman, even back in his day. I hate to say it. I
Oh
as
no,
far,
yeah,
but as far,
he's not on.
yeah, but but as far as for live action, but as for cartoon though, his voice carried the
His
character,
voice, yeah.
and just you can get away with so much more in animated stuff. It's great, you know. Kevin Hart. I mean, that's why Kevin Hart is kind of getting into that stuff. I noticed that he's doing some more voice acting. In fact, him and The Rock actually they're doing the voice acting for the new Legion of Super Pets. They're supposed to be Ace and Crypto.
Yeah. I'm
So I
curious
mean,
to
like,
watch that. I've heard it's fun.
I was going back and I watch it. Speaking of a lot of animated stuff, voice actors, the '90s had so many just big celebrities getting on with Disney and just basically doing voice acting. Look at Michael J. Fox doing the Atlantis project, and he had all these big names in there too. You even had the guy James Garner as a villain.
Mhm.
It was crazy. But we're getting way into the weeds here, though.
It's just yeah. A little
We're
bit.
like we're on another island now.
Another island, Lonely
Uh,
Island.
no, no.
Do you know who Lonely Island is?
I don't want to acknowledge it.
You don't even. Lonely Island is a comedy group where Adam Sandberg comes out of.
I know the Lonely Island Club, or it's called. Or-
Wow, la ti da. Too good for you, huh?
yeah.
I like Lonely Island. They
Hey,
do funny stuff.
will you guys start telling me about the tales of Captain Jack Sparrow?
That's not Lonely Island.
Yeah, they did that with Michael Bolton and SNL skit.
Oh, oh, I thought you were talking about the movies. I don't watch
uh,
SNL.
I do on YouTube
I
because
watch funny
I can watch
stuff.
what I want.
That's true.
On YouTube, I watch clips.
YouTube
Yes.
makes SNL watchable. The
It does.
1 in 20 skits that they do are funny. You can just watch those instead of having to sit through a
Uh,
whole freaking half an hour. How long is SNL these days? An hour? I don't even know how
I
long.
have no idea. I mean, it shocks me that it's still on. After Will Ferrell left, I mean, I figured they were over with, because who they had left. Um, but yeah, DC animated movies taking a note. Well, I guess with the whole, I haven't watched the new Jon Stewart one, but it looks kind of weird. It doesn't look that great to me. I still haven't watched the Bad Blood, or was One Bad Blood sequel movie, but I don't know. As the last one they had, I was it tied into with the whole House of Secrets, Constantine the House of Secrets. That was amazing. They did a Ash, you might like this. 'Cause you like some of the comedy stuff. They took Blue Beetle and basically wrote him. And the art style was basically him being like in the '60s, like the old Spider-Man cartoon in the '60s, the stop motion. But they did with the Blue Beetle, the original Blue Beetle, Ted, just going and fighting crime. And it just they had cheeky humor, lines as and he goes pow bam like the Batman 66 kind of stuff like that. It was good, but
That sounds fun.
yes. So now I guess you want to go to the segment where we talk about the worst books of the week. Because everybody knows on the Geeky Puppet Show on Tuesday nights, I do the top five. I talk about the top 5 books in my pull list, what I think would be the best books of the week.
But
Unfortunately, this yes, this
since
week I only
we're
have
not
five.
about positivity here,
What about what the worst 5 books of the week?
we're gonna try to be positive in saving your money and help you steer clear of bad
There is definitely a
decisions.
lot of books on this week's list that I am not getting. So I was struggling to find my own top 5 because I
Well,
barely had any in my pull list.
here's one I'm gonna recommend no one buy. Amazing Fantasy 1000.
Yeah, the Kurt Busic's in there though.
Don't be a sucker.
Neil Gaiman, wow.
Jonathan Hickman and Dan Slott and Hoche
Barry
Anderson
Dodson, kill me.
and Rainbow Rowell.
Olivia Kilpel. Dude,
Oh
Rainbow
my
Rowell has been
goodness.
killing on She-Hulk.
And here's the thing. There's some legitimate talent listed in here.
I
We
know
named
it's killing me.
we named
Chicharito.
some legitimate talent, but you know what? You know what you don't get with legitimate talent? Great
Your money's worth.
8-page stories. That's the thing. This is going to be a chopped up anthology book. Remember how much great talent was in Detective Comics 1000, Action Comics 1000? It's like when you do these and you say, "Hey Neil Gaiman, do you want to write a 6-page Spider-Man story?" You're going to get the name and you're going to it's no one's going to remember. Look, if you're going to get this cuz you're a Spider-Man fan, nothing Vankman or I are going to say is going to dissuade anyone. But me personally, I have a little too much dignity to give Marvel $8. Look, they couldn't even make this a 100-page issue. 68 pages. This is Amazing Fantasy 1000. This is the thing that started
But
Marvel off.
yeah.
And
But wait though. There's multiple covers.
there's not even that many. I mean,
There'll be more, don't worry. They'll pop up.
this comes out Wednesday. These are all the final covers, and they're not even
Look at
good cover. Look at how much
look at yeah.
look at how
Is that H.
half-assed
Momoko?
Marvel did. Look at these covers. Like they just okay, there's a J. Scott Campbell. It's kind of weird that you got J. Scott Campbell and there's no chicks in it. But I mean,
I
even
don't
for a
care
J.
though.
Scott
Look at that. Look
Campbell,
at that compared to what's currently being drawn. Wow.
yeah. But as even for J. Scott Campbell, I don't know. Just and you got
Dude,
three of
I'm
the
getting
covers are J.
flashbacks to the
Scott
early
Campbell.
2000s.
Three
Early
of them are the
2000s.
same.
Yeah,
Three of them are
because
the
you know what?
same
They know
art.
that J. Scott Campbell will sell. They don't care what. They'll sell.
It will. I'm just saying this feels for an event book for as huge as this they want you to think this is, right? If this was a real Amazing Fantasy 1000, think of all the stops Marvel would be pulling to make this. But it's not real
Wow.
Amazing Fantasy 1000 and it
W-
shows because they aren't even trying. Look at this cover. Well, I guess it says not final art, so I can't judge it too hard. But just come on.
Yay.
This should have 100 pages. It should have only the greatest like Spider-Man writers and artists on. I mean, you should
It should
have
have
Todd
100 pages
McFarlane
and only
cover,
yeah. It
right?
should
You
be
should
done
have
in
an
four
Eric
bucks though.
Larson cover. You should have uh,
It should be $4 and 100 pages.
well, that's if you cared about your fans.
Yeah,
Yes, but even, I just to
because we all
me,
know. I'm just saying this. The reason I say 100 pages because you know half that shit's gonna be all ads for other books and no one's gonna buy.
my philosophy always goes like this. If Marvel doesn't respect the comic book that they're making, why should they expect you to respect it? So
You know
that's
what's
my
kind of
pick.
crazy? I saw Iron Fist over there, right there, and I thought it said Iron Fists. I was like, is there two Iron Fists?
There are.
Because Danny
Yes.
Rand, yeah. So why is it called Iron Fist? It should be called Iron Fists, like
Because
Daredevils.
Iron but Danny Rand's no longer Iron Fist.
It should.
He's he's white, so he's not allowed to be. Iron Fist has to be Asian and it has to be written by an Asian and it
Yeah.
has to be drawn by an Asian because Marvel is racist. So,
That cover is great. Stop being a hater, says Rhaegar. I think he's talking about the Spider-Man with Jason Campbell. Or actually,
J.
no, be
Scott
talking about the one
Campbell?
you hated. Yeah. I'm not sure. He did say.
I think the A
No, I
cover is better. I think this is the best cover. But it's really
in the background,
plain.
yeah. Yeah. It is plain. And
My
that just
point is only this. If this were Amazing Fantasy 9.99, then whatever. Like it's if it's just a regular cover, I'd be like, yeah, it looks great. This is
this
supposed to be 1000. This is supposed to be the big massive like, oh my god, like
yeah, I
once
know.
in a lifetime issue.
It should be
It
like Spider-Man 300. It should be like when they had all the people's characters heads all around the border. Remember those in the 80s, 70s?
I just think it should be like Detective Comics 1000 and Action Comics 1000. Like DC pulled all the stops out for those books. Like this is
Yeah,
garbage. This is it's just so average. It's just oh, okay.
it's
So
okay. It's not
forgettable.
bad.
It's an exercise in
You,
mediocrity.
you you talk about those covers, and I've said the cover down below with the face. It looks like it's meant for like a preteen, like girl. That looks like crap.
The Peach
All
Momoko,
the other ones look, all the yeah, all the other ones look a lot better.
they sure they look better. I'm
Until
just
you click
saying
on
for the
it,
level of book this
uh,
should be,
yeah,
we should be getting super there should be an Alex Ross cover. There should
no,
be,
yeah,
like I said,
I
a Todd
agree.
McFarlane cover. There should be
Yeah, until you click on those, until you click on it down there, it kind of looks like he's got a mutton chop sideburn going on there. Then you realize it's a spider. You're like, oh, that's crap. Um, Other books. I mean, that I would have saved that for number one. But I mean, no, oh, there could be worse out there. Um, Obviously, I would say Moon Knight would be my number four pick or number five. The Moon Knight, black, white, and red, the very top. I
I read
love
the
Moon
first
Knight,
issue of this and
but I don't like the creative team on here.
I read the first issue and it was meh.
I'm just saying,
I
is you look at the writers are is it changes each issue.
oh, does it?
It does. Cantwell's on here. Ugh. Before
Yeah,
that, I think they had Vita on here too. I think. Yeah.
it does have a really great cover though. I love that cover. I think it looks really cool.
It looks like Deadpool wearing Moon Knight cover. Cosmic costume. Look
That
at that
doesn't look
face.
like Deadpool at all. What are you talking about?
Look at the face is red. It looks like it's Deadpool
It's a
with the
shadow.
eyes.
You can't even see.
It's red. It's not white.
Well, that's because the background's all red. It's
I know. So I'm just saying, it looks like Deadpool wearing the Moon Knight cosplay. Now I actually
Deadpool's
want to
got
get it.
giant black circles for eyes. Anyway, doesn't look like it to me. But if he looks like it to you, fair enough.
But Thunderbolts #1, another bad book coming out this week.
People need to avoid this. Why do they need to avoid this?
They did go back and read the original Thunderbolts. It came out in, I believe, was the mid '90s. Also because it's Mr. Zub, Jimmy Zub on here. We also have
Jim Zub was okay. It's not good.
go look at his credibility as far as comic books he written.
Well, he's never
Uh,
he's never been given a big shot, but I remember when he
yeah,
took
yeah.
over for Champions back in the day when Champions was terrible and everyone was saying like, "Oh, this book's actually starting to pick up." Like it's actually when Mark Wade was writing it into the ground. Um, but I don't know.
Also, if you're a fan of current Hawkeye, where he's just a joke, this is for you.
Yeah, the cover
Hawkeye,
does. I agree. Yeah,
she's
the
like,
cover does not
she's
look
like,
appealing at all.
she's like, get out of the way, you evil, dashing Hawkeye prince.
Oh, we're gonna get to
Looks great.
see Monica be so awesome.
But then she's shown up by America Chavez.
So I don't understand about this is
And then
Thunderbolts. I thought the
the new
Thunderbolts were
Power
supposed to
Man,
be
yeah,
Marvel's version
villains.
of Suicide Squad.
They were. That's what I'm saying. Avoid this.
Why? Why are? Where's the villains? Are they supposed to say that these are villains?
Is this the new team spawning out of the whole Devil's Reign thing?
Like lightning, New York City's finest. Wait, the police are here to save the day. Hawkeye, Spectrum, America Chavez, Power Man, Persuasion, and Guts and Glory. Oh my gosh, they spell. You know them, you love them. They're the Thunderbolts. In the aftermath of Devil's Reign, the
Yeah.
Big Apple has big problems, and it's up to a new group of Thunderbolts to turn things around. But when Clint Barton gets tasked with heading up this team and proving that they can go toe to toe with anything the Marvel Universe can throw at them, the first opponent he's going to have to face is himself. Huh?
Yeah, they're supposed to be villains, but instead we have fake Power Man, we have Monica just
Thunderbolts.
bringing through. Yeah, they were villains
Yeah, they
in
were,
the
but they were
2000s.
also never created to go up against anything the Marvel Universe can throw at them. They were never like a
No, no, no.
cosmic team.
They were supposed to go after the Hulk.
That- What the hell is this? Like, seriously, and like, why are you putting Avengers level power characters on this?
No.
Like, America Chavez and Monica are cosmic power level.
Go down, go down, go to the cover where they're on that beam right there. Look at that cover. It's so great. America Chavez has a receding forehead.
Oh my
You know,
god! What the hell is that? Oh, I see. It's her
and
hair tied back into
and
a.
then
Oh my.
Persuasion. I get if she's supposed to be like related to the Purple Man or something. I'm not sure. Monica looks like a teenager. She's so anorexic in there. They forgot that she turns into basically a ball of energy. Her jacket and her clothes do too.
Yeah, why does she have a vest? Are they trying to like do the Rogue thing? They're like, remember when we gave Rogue?
Yeah.
This does look dumb.
I mean, that's not Luke Cage. That's some guy thinking he's the new Power Man. Where you know, all right,
Want to be Power
let's go.
Man? All right, my next. I think it's gonna just be terrible. We already said it. I'm gonna highlight it here. Saved by the Bell Reeve. 80 pages. $10. Go feed a homeless person. You'll feel better. Next pick.
Uh, I know it's like Which one do I want to choose? Because they all look great. All right, let's see here. I mean, Red Sonja is just it's easy pick right there. Hey, look, there's original Thunderbolts down there, collected for $8. By a better writer too. I believe it's Peter David.
Certainly looks cooler.
Peter David, Kurt Busiek, Mike Deodato Jr.
Wow. It's amazing they're releasing this in the same week
And
so
it's
people can
look,
read and
look,
go,
look, it's 100 pages for eight
here's what
bucks.
here's what you're missing.
Look, it says 100 pages for $8. Where Amazing Fantasy gets what 76 or 67 for the same price.
68. Yeah.
Are you gonna instead of getting Amazing Fantasy coming out this week, get this book if you don't have these books collected. It's all one little trade. Um, man, I keep looking at Wonder Girl, but I'm like, I know there's worse than that.
Is there?
I mean, there's Star Trek Picard, Stargazer, IDW, but
I don't actually know that that's bad.
I'm just going
Um,
down Discovery. But I mean, John Carter, Mars #5. I mean, that series has been just horrible art and just been really just changing up the lore.
these I mean
Um,
there's lots of books here that don't look interesting to me, but can I definitively tell people to avoid them? I'm going to tell you one thing I'm questioning is who the
yeah,
hell wanted this?
is that Eric Grady?
Just I don't I this just is like, oh, there's gonna be an Ant-Man movie. Get a book out, okay? So it's Al
Who's
Ewing.
who's
Maybe it'll be
who,
okay. I don't think
who's
anyone's
doing
interested.
the Wonder Girl annual? Is that Joella Jones or the Stephanie Phillips?
Douglas Marquez.
Oh, Joella Jones is writing and doing cover artists. Doug Marquez. That's why I was saying like the cover looks really good. I mean, I don't really care for the characters much, but I mean the hey, you like big freakishly tall monsters like that indie book you're reading with the robot?
Cool. It is a cool looking monster.
I know. Yeah. Wonder Girls, team up for that pose. Endgame.
I got a question. Does, does
She
she have a lasso also?
she has the golden lasso because in her universe, Wonder Woman had died, so she became the next Wonder Woman.
Oh, so they gave her the same fucking origin as Miles Morales.
But that was future state. I have no idea what is now though. Remember, there's also a variant too because,
Oh my
but
goodness.
she had her own
Ah,
rope though. Yeah, future state.
how funny.
I
Um,
mean, Harley Quinn's gonna be bad too, but at least the art's getting better in that book though. Um,
I don't
anybody
see
actually
anything that
reading Star Wars books at all? Current?
I don't. I stay far away.
Who Harley Quinn animated series?
I don't really see anything standing out.
I mean, books I will never get. Oh, is the variants down there? Was it supposed to be like a multi-version? I
Drink
don't know
it
why she
in.
looks like a little kid. Should be form.
Drink it in. This reminds me there used to be a real popular toy line for girls that looked like this.
Brats.
Was it called Brats?
Might have been a Bratz dolls. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
they're
what that
punk.
reminds me of. Yeah, I
I
mean,
would say I'd say the variants. I would say that.
yeah, I would this is
Gail
probably a
Simone.
good pick. I
They're
have
all
not been
Jessica
hearing
Jones.
I have not been hearing any good things about this.
If you like Jessica Jones, we'll give you all you want is Jessica Jones.
What if Jessica Jones was every character in the Marvel universe?
And written by Gail Simone. Current today's Gail Simone.
You
It's
know
current
what though?
world of yeah.
I almost feel like this might be worth reading as a joke because I had a lot of fun back in the day when she was writing Domino. Remember, was it Domino and the
Yeah.
I forget what the name of that book was. Domino and the somethings. Um, I was doing that for my channel and just roasting the shit out of that book. It was one of the most fun books to roast because it was just so dumb. It was almost like America Chavez dumb, but Gail Simone actually has a little bit of writing skill.
Right, right. Yeah.
It's just, but it was so like that's a fun book to read. If you ever want to read a book like bad books just to have fun and just mock them with terrible voices. But I'm not seeing.
Who knows? Maybe that'll be one of your books coming up in the future streams. I'll throw some modern
You don't
books
want
in.
to you don't want to start that. We can go start. What one started is Vinkman and Ash trying to recommend good books for the others to try out, turned bitter war into finding the worst possible books.
Like I said, for me, there's a lot of books that I'm not getting this week. It's I could barely get enough just for the pull list for my own
Yeah,
for the show
on a
tomorrow.
5 month, or sorry, the 5 week months. That fifth week is always hard. I'm
Next
surprised
week
it.
though, next week is just like bombarded. I'm getting like it's just like, all right, I saved money this week. But then I get tempted to like, wait, since I didn't spend that much on comic books, I can buy a statue now today, or something. I can buy something else. And then I look at next week, it's like bastards.
Right?
Everything's all next week.
Jimmy called it out. It's Hot Shots. That was the book, Hot Shots.
Uh,
I'm curious about this.
I haven't seen it for sale anywhere.
I have to special order it.
Probably.
It's American mythology. It's a super small press. Comic book stores can't afford to just put stuff on the shelf anymore.
We do have some American mythology stuff on our shelves of the store, but Florida Man, I haven't seen that out. I haven't seen issue one either. It's
Mike
Mike Baron
Baron.
though.
Yeah. I'm curious what he did. It looks like it could be a fun book. Um,
Fortnite Zero War. It's Crystal's Gage. I'm not reading it, but Zach seemed to like it. Uh, you know. So the only other
well,
book I can think of that's bad on there is that said that John Carter thing with the interior art is just so cartoony. It's like it's like I'm watching She-Ra, but it's John Carter. Then all that then was it Nickelodeon that I think did it, or I forget what it was, but that then they had that She-Ra cartoon was so woke. Yeah,
yeah, this is a really meh. Like, there's not a lot of bad stuff, but there's not a lot
Wild
of.
Cards is number two. I mean, I know you like that. That's come out this
I'm
week.
not. This is Zach getting that book.
Oh, but you praise about the original series though, which I
It's
saw
a
for like 20
novel
bucks.
series, not
I saw,
comics.
well, there is a comic books before this. I saw it at my comic book shop for like 15
Yeah,
bucks.
I never read
Original.
the other. The
Oh,
other comics though, I believe were adapted from the books. I believe.
true.
I've not read them. I have not read these. My only negativity about these, honestly, is not the wild cards IP. I think the IP is great. I just concerned number one that Marvel's doing it because Marvel can't even do their own books good. But number two, why is if you're Marvel, you're the biggest superhero universe in the world. Like you're Marvel Comics. Why are you needing to license someone else's superhero universe? That just doesn't make sense to me.
So they can
Uh,
pervert it, make you think that's a better version.
but why would
Cash
you want
grab.
to do someone else's version better?
Yeah,
Like you're doing your own competition. You see what I'm saying? Like it doesn't
yeah.
make sense for Marvel. Like if Marvel was like paying someone else, like if Marvel like paid DC to license some of their character, it just doesn't make sense to do. I don't get it. Um,
Like I said, I don't get why they had to ruin my boy Spider-Man, why they ruined Iron Fist, why Power Man has now been replaced by some chump who thinks he's Power Man. I mean, why X-Men is like people complain about Batman books. It's a lot of X-Men titles.
yeah, there's a shit ton of X-Men titles.
It's
So
like I said,
I really enjoyed reading that G-Man story in The Boys though because
Ah,
seeing them all get slaughtered made me kind of feel like, oh yeah, it'd be nice if Marvel would do that.
those who are currently reading Knights of X, wait till it hits in X-Men Legends, X-Men 92, where they actually retell the story in 10 seconds and make it better. Swords of X was written way much better with the 92 version, where they actually have the X-Men as heroes. I think that's hilarious that Marvel's even doing that. It's like, do you realize you just basically pulled a Castellucci on yourself? You know?
This is a neat series for people like sci-fi. Check out if you haven't or not. I'm not a big fan of the way they do these titles with the giant text all over it, or I'm sorry,
Well,
like the covers, but
yeah.
it is it is a
Well, it's a
fun,
PowerPoint.
interesting series. It's by Al Ewing. I'm not necessarily the world's biggest Al Ewing fan, but Skip had talked me into trying it out. You know, keep an open mind because Skip said that Al Ewing did good cosmic stuff,
Dude,
and it's the artist is Simone DiMeo, which is the guy who did the art on the new White Knight Red Hood book. But I think his art style is even better suited for this book. It's just gorgeous to look at. The
I agree
coloring
with
is
Ed
super
Brewer though.
bright.
A lot of these covers aren't really standing out to me, and because the giant font that does stand out because the giant font, and you look up, he's in front of a podium giving a speech. So like that's why that. But other than that though, the art though, you look at the rest of all the books that are coming out, the art doesn't pop. It doesn't really grab you when I see a lot of
Problem
the
I
books come
have
out this.
with if that were like a one-off cover, I wouldn't have a problem. But it's like every
Yeah.
issue they do that.
Oh,
You see, it's like, and it used to
so
just be worse. Like in the
well, the
early
great thing,
issues, it was just
yeah.
constantly like instead of I want the art to just be the focal point, not the trade dress.
Well,
And
I'll
it
tell you this though, it
look
does
at that.
help though because it makes you focus on that. That's that book's gonna have that. You're gonna know which one it is. If you're not sure where the book is, because sometimes you get books, you're like, "Is that it?" And then you don't really recognize the cover because there's so many different variants that might be on the stack in front of it. You know, I have one shop that has variants in separate bins on the wall, where I have another one who basically puts like the variants mixed in with the A covers. The B covers are all in one stack on the wall. So if I see that, it's like that pops out at me.
Well, it definitely
Like,
stands
yeah,
out,
yeah,
but
yeah, which
th-
is great because it might make you but I don't know anything about it, though. I just know that there's a title there, and that's okay, that's all I know.
that's all you know, right? That's my
Yeah,
point. Like comics are a visual medium. This type of format is what they do like in the book world. If you go to like Barnes and Noble and you look around, like all like big novels and like they're hardcover novels, like big giant text. If you see the new Stephen King novel, it's gonna have that's what they do. They lure you in with that because there's usually not much
yeah.
artwork at all. But in
Well, yeah,
comics,
yeah.
it's a visual medium. Like you should be
Yep.
winning me over, especially if you got a beautiful artist. Like this book is an art book, and every single cover is like, okay, cool. It's. I know what the
It
text is. I
I don't
know.
know, to me, it grabs my attention right away. If I'm looking at it, I have no idea what it is, I might pick it up because I'm looking at the font, and I see the art around it too.
Yeah, but I want the cover to
Look,
look
right there.
nice.
Go back, that cover. Go back, that last one. That's a cool cover, I like that. That screams sci-fi to me. That makes me wanna
That's
go
definitely one of the
inside.
better ones. But I would
Yeah,
rather see the picture without those words covering up the art.
yeah.
And I just it bothers me. I know if it were I don't know if they just did that on the first issue only or an occasional issue, but like every single one, it's like I don't know. I like looking at my covers, and I know you do too. You buy multiple covers. You'll buy art covers because you like the
Mhm,
art. You've said
yeah.
before that you
They're probably
like
our Virgin covers.
yeah. You said before like prints are too expensive and you can get covers for cheaper.
Yeah,
I get it, And look, here we go. I guess you can get variants.
yeah.
I guess you have that option, so maybe my argument's flawed because I
Well,
could just buy this
maybe the
variant cover
artists
instead.
the other thing, if you look at the artist, might have a website, and they might just sell you the print, their print without having the words on it. Might be
Yeah,
purpose.
but I'm not maybe, but I'm not caring about a print. I like to pull my books out and go, "Oh yeah, look how cool that is." Like,
Well, you want to look at? I would say a lot of these all look like the same style of Disk Space. These, not Steven Universe, but like a lot of that's digital art. That's what it looks like to me. Looks very like 2018, 2019, kind of like that art they start doing all the cartoons in. Um, the art that pops out to me, you pick up any book, any issue of Spider-Man or Venom, Leave the Protector back in the 80s, the X-Men stuff. It just pops out of you. You don't even need the title. You just look at it, it's just the detail. Now this is paint. This look. I'm not sure this is digital paint or whatever, but the words fit with me though. If it's a giant space adventure, sign me up. So because this basically looks like this is gonna be like a Voltron kind of like thing, but it may not. But it'll get me to at least pick it up.
Maybe
Like
kept
like a
kept
guy
me from picking it up. That's
yeah.
all I'll tell you that. But now that I've read it and I've experienced the art, and then I look at some of these cover like, oh, I like to be able to have the covers reflect the stories. It's nice. It's almost like a memory trail when you can go back and flip through your boxes and
Well,
the books that
to
you've
be
bought and see the cool covers and just I don't care about seeing your title over and over.
to be fair, I could say the same critique about your thumbnails, putting that late night comics on there. I want to when you see the art.
You could, but this is not we're not a
That looks
visual medium
cool.
here.
That is cool. I love the depth and everything. I just love it. It just and then you look back. There's a guy back there. Like it's just they're combining like they're it's basically so you have the guy laying down wherever it's supposed to be, and then they're also showing the city and stuff. It's and just as far as I know, this kind of looks like it's going to be a sci-fi kind of space thing, futuristic.
Yeah, it is a sci-fi space thing,
Yeah.
futuristic.
So it fits for me.
Well, I'm not saying it's not fitting. I'm just saying it's ugly. Like I don't buy comic covers because of a big bunch of blocky text. I mean, is that what you want in your Spider-Man books? Just a bunch of
Sir,
big blocky
sir,
Spider-Man
I
text?
buy them for what's on the inside, not necessarily the
No,
cover.
you do not, you big liar. You're being a contrarian now. Here we go. There's your Voltron inspired cover.
Transformers.
Over Transformers. Yeah. Yeah, so the premise
You're
of
the
this book is it's in the future. It's like the year 3000 something or other and humanity's in space and resources are dwindling and dying or whatever, but they've come across these gods, like space gods. But the but the
horticulture.
kicker but the kicker is but the kicker
Macross.
is they only find them when they're dead. And so they find these basically it's like Galactus. Like if you just came across Galactus floating in space dead. And so they harvest the body. And the body, because they're gods, they're not just like a space whale or something. Like it's more than just like meat. It's like there's actually like energies and different things. And there's this whole industry built around harvesting the bodies of these dead space gods. And so the main character is one of these space harvesters and
Until they find out that one of these gods is still alive.
I'm not going
I
to
don't know.
go into spoilers, but yes,
It loo
there's
it looks
twists
like
and turns.
it basically looks like Guardians of the Galaxy Nowhere, the giant celestial skull they live in, the town's in.
Yeah, that's a kind of a similar thing. But yeah, there's multiple. Like they find routinely
Oh my gosh, it's
like
looking like Dune now.
they'll routinely find these gods, and the thing is, it's kind of like a
Yeah.
gold rush thing. Once one's discovered, there's like a whole community of like harvesters, and people are trying to like get the best claims. Like like when you're digging for
Yeah,
gold, you can get your gold claim. So it's
it
like that. It's
sounds
like a different like I gotta get the head. I want the heart. Like and
you know what? If they did this, it kind of reminds you of when you see like those Japanese or South Korean like those futuristic movies where they're basically they're scrappers and they're in space.
yes,
Uh,
like that.
Planets. I think is one was the other one.
But so and Simone, you've seen his art in the Red Hood book. He's
Yeah,
really cool. It's kind of got a manga style to it, but
it
the
kind of fits more
colors,
with this than with it was Red Hood.
yeah, you're right, and it does. and it's just gorgeous. Like the bright colors, like a lot of real just bright contrast and neon glow, and it's just really striking. Um, I'm very enamored by it. It's very
Rhaegar
different
says,
than a
or
lot of stuff I've
sorry,
read.
not Rhaegar, but Ed says that this sounds awesome. So
Yeah, Ed and I had good taste, right? Ed, high five through the screen. Ed says these
these are
covers
all
aren't
these.
jumping out at me when I'm young. See,
No, but he
I
was
knew I
saying
liked
no.
Ed for a reason.
He was saying that though back when you were showing all the other books. So before you jumped on this. Oh no. Yeah, better. All
Well,
right.
kids, I don't know if there's anything else to talk about. Did you read Gambit?
That just come out yet.
No, no, but the
I read the
first
first
one.
issue. Yeah, I read it, the first issue.
Did you enjoy it?
I thought it was pretty good. It's basically comic book accurate. It's back when Ro actually was transformed back into a child, and it's basically Gambit helping her out.
It was
It's written by
fun
Chris
read.
Claremont. It's by Claremont. Shadow King's in there.
All right. This cover looks dumb, but maybe there's a better one.
Really, really, that's your boy from Wetworks.
That's my boy from Wetworks.
Yeah, that's your Where is he? Wills.
It
Wills.
says cover
Yeah.
artist Alex Sinclair. I don't
Look
know.
down there. Look on the left. Wills Portatio.
I don't. It might be him. I don't see. Doesn't look like him. Could be.
Look where the card is. There's a little signature there.
Oh yeah, that is Wills. Sorry, Wills. I don't like this cover.
Out of all of them, it's probably the most fun.
This is the one you
Uh,
want.
I'm cosplaying that later on. I'll be live on Twitch.
This is the the
Free the
Venkman
nipple.
cover. Yeah. So stupid.
That's how he fights. That's how he fights in Capcom. Now this is a very generic cover. I've
Very
seen this
generic.
in all the past volumes of Gambit, but it's cool to see Chris Claremont actually writing Gambit. The previous ones weren't written by him. At least he might have written like a couple. Maybe the first volume. I don't think he read. I don't think he wrote all of them.
Yeah, I would get the A cover. It's definitely the best of the three. So good job, Wills. You did the best.
The first cover though, the first issue, I think had a better cover.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, and then you had all the other ones down there, like the incentive covers, which are kind of cool. See, I would have got the
There's
Gambit
more
one with
covers
the
for this
tree.
than there is Amazing Fantasy 1000. I
I
just want
know,
to point out.
because Gambit deserves more respect than that wall
Than
crown
than
web.
than Amazing Fantasy 1000. So
Yes,
stupid. Uh,
that
let me see.
masked
Did
menace.
Iron Fist have more covers? Let's
No
find
one.
out. Let's find out. Dun, 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 dun,
Look at
dun,
the likes
dun.
though. You see how
Iron
people
Fist
liked it.
has more or maybe exactly the same. I think that was
Go look
exactly.
up. Go scroll up though, and I want to see something. At the top, it says 209 out of 235 people liked it on League Comic Geeks for a first issue. Oh, I've never seen that high
That's
numbers.
because most people that post, most people that are involved in like are they're part of the accepting, like they like the woke shit nonsense. So
But,
they don't get
to be
offended by
fair
any of
though,
this. So if you're buying this book and reading it, you're gonna be inclined. If you look at this book and go, I like that they made Iron Fist Asian, and I like that Alyssa Wong is writing it because she's Asian too, then you're not going to be a discerning reader. You're getting exactly what you want, and you're going to praise the
well,
woke
I'm just
gods.
saying. I'm just saying. I've never seen that many people on Limit Comic Geeks actually like click or rate books as I've gone through. See how it drops? 136, 141.
Right. Well, I mean, just like the
Look at the
sales of
96
this book
too.
is just dropping
84.
into oblivion. They all like it. They just don't keep buying it. I like it so much, but I'm not going to keep
I
reading it.
told you it's crazy. That's the first I've seen it, but it's funny though as it goes forward. It's like you're like, oh shit,
That's actually kind of funny. I hadn't even thought about like checking out. Let's see what variants like. Um, go back to issue 1 here. 201 out of 206 liked this book, but
it
then only
drops. Look how much it
149.
drops. 149. Jeez, 50. Yeah,
And
100. Yeah,
we don't know the new one yet.
we don't know, but going through all these Marvel books, can let's look at the X-Men books. Click on any X-Men book and just go through it. Like,
That's a good one. Let's pick this Knights of X because this has been a pretty controversial book.
okay, we're at 150, 130, 150, 154, 232. Look at all these drops. People are like, oh, I like the first, and then it's like nobody goes back and reads the next ones.
90% of people liked it, and then how many dropped off from 258 to 172? Wait, that's not 90%. From 172, oh, 173. Okay, so it's maintained. Not bad. Oh, to
That's one on 150.
150. But it got more enjoyable. 92% liked it now. Oh, it's not
Yeah,
enough sample size.
like page shows. Well, for the first issues, yeah. Now you could take a good book, look at a Brubaker book, and it'll probably have like 5 people out of 10 like this. It's like because it's curious. So
Seriously, Marvel Comics are like double
they're
cheeseburgers
cracked.
at McDonald's. They're just like no one buys them expecting greatness. Like you're
I
you're
wouldn't say
you're
that. They're
fine.
probably
Like you know what I'm saying? Like if you're a person who's buying double cheeseburger at McDonald's, and I'm not making fun of you because I'm a person who buys a double cheeseburger at McDonald's. So, but my point is, if you're a
we
person
don't have anymore.
and you don't get like you're gonna be fine. Like I you're, you're not expecting greatness, so it's always gonna be satisfactory. I guess is
I
what I'm
get
trying
your
to say.
analogy, but they got rid of the McDouble. I've had it for like 3 or 4 years now.
I said double cheeseburger.
Same thing. It's
Yeah,
been
they have it.
gone.
I get it all the time.
Yours maybe. Where I live, they don't
How do
have
they
it
not
anymore.
have a
They got
double cheeseburger? What do they have at your
they have
place?
they have they have 2 cheeseburgers for $1 or 2 for 2, whatever. Or no, they're doing that.
You can't put two patties together. Is
If you
that
want that, it's called a double quarter pounder.
no? The cheeseburger size patty. They're a different size
They
patty.
don't do that with the cheeseburgers here.
What? What the
They got rid of
like?
it.
Why would they?
They limited it off the menu.
I thought California was stupid.
I don't know where they get the meat from. Maybe they're getting it from California. I don't know. And California said no, it's all ours.
They have the
All
meat
right.
if they're making cheeseburgers. A double cheeseburger is literally two of the cheeseburger patties.
Yes, but you also realize though they probably decided no, it's not worth it. No one's buying it. So they're just doing one cheeseburger. They're not gonna do custom. Can I get 2 cheeseburgers put together? Be like, here's 2 cheeseburgers, sir. Do your fucking self.
No, what I'm saying is why would you pull it off the menu because it doesn't require any ingredients that you don't already have.
Well, they want to have the cheeseburgers go, but maybe the cheeseburgers sell better separately than versus as a double cheeseburger.
I'm sure they probably do if you don't even let people buy double cheeseburgers. I'm just saying why
I'm,
not just keep it on the menu even if no one orders
I,
it, you don't lose anything because it's not like you had to order special for them anyway.
and I want to see what Ed Burger's saying. Why the fuck are you going to McDonald's? You have In-N-Out. It's like
I'll tell you why because
cheap.
California is bleeding me dry. And I on the McDonald's app, I can get 2 double cheeseburgers for the price of 1, so I can get, sometimes I can get for 2.99, I can get 2 double cheeseburgers. Um, and also there's not In-N-Outs, like, everywhere, right? So they're around, and if I'm in the area, like, I can go, like, when I'm deliberate, but sometimes if I'm out about town and I just wanna grab lunch and I want something cheap, um, I can get a 2.99 lunch. That's
If I
why.
want something cheap, no. I I I I go to my Culver's that we have over here. It's actually a non-frozen beef whatsoever. It's never been frozen. It's 100% fresh, and it's all the dairy comes, all the cheese comes from Wisconsin. So it's all like the guy who owns it. is from Wisconsin. There's a cheap out. Everything's made fresh. I'll pay a little bit more, but
Well, here's
McDonald's,
the thing.
I'll never.
This
I hate
analogy.
cheeseburger. Yeah, cheeseburgers are rubber though. But I know
This
your
an,
analogy though. I'm just saying your analogy works. Yes, you know
Here's the thing. I
these
am
are
never gonna
not nothing.
say that a double cheeseburger is comparable. In fact, I had In-N-Out tonight. As a matter of fact, it was my dinner. It was In-N-Out.
I thought you could afford it. You're bleeding dry.
I can't afford it every day. Well, I could.
Why?
I'm just saying there's reasons. I don't.
Go ahead.
Sometimes you don't partake in the best of the best all the time. Sometimes I read a Marvel comic. It's not as good as an Ed Brubaker book. If needed everything to be as good as Ed Brubaker, I would only ever read Ed Brubaker. That's all I was trying to say. Like if you go in and you're buying crap, like sometimes I just buy crap things sometimes. But if I'm paying crap prices, then I'm okay with it. And now that didn't work. Anyways,
I'm just trying to get away from this because 6 people are listening to us talk about burgers.
well, we're ending this anyway. So you guys that are here, thanks for being here so long and listening to us. We already said our negative books for the week. Do you have any final things do you want to add
All I
since you
can
were
plug for I can only plug is this week in the Geeky Puppet Show, Tuesday night, 7 o'clock, most likely Central, 8 o'clock Eastern, unless I go a little later. Is this your off week or is this your on week?
this is my off week.
So you can't stream, or you could stream last week.
This is my free week.
Okay. Well, depending if you join me tomorrow night, uh, 7 o'clock. I mean, I'm gonna be doing my top five by myself. Unless Ash joins me, then I'll have an extra person where I go over my 5 books from my pull list, which I think are going to be the best books of the week. Which I will then return on Thursday for the best of the week and talk about the books that I got that week and follow up to see if those books from my top five really are the books that I like. That's for this week. On Wednesday also on the Geeky Puppet Show, the puppets we'll be reviewing. Yes, there's puppets that review stuff. It's crazy. I know. It's mind blowing, but it's kind of cool. It's entertaining and it's funny. They were reviewing the season premiere of season 3 of Stargirl. Should be coming out on Wednesday, and then look for a Thursday morning for a Resident Alien review popping up, and then Friday will be another. The retro respect is moved to Friday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm not sure what we're reviewing, but hopefully Frugal will be able to join us. And Ash, you're also welcome to join us too on Fridays. We're still in the planning phase for what book we want to read, but we're looking at 7 o'clock p.m., which would be 5 p.m. for you.
All right, I'll see what's going on. I can't 100% commit tomorrow. I know my buddy needs some help with some things tomorrow. What time what time is
Well,
the retrospective? 7?
7 p.m. Central, which would be
Yeah, so it'll be
5 p.m.
5
Central for
my
you.
time.
Yes, on Friday
Um
night.
I might be able to make that. But I'm not 100% sure. I got to see exactly what he needs help with. But here's my pull list in case I can't.
Oh, all
I
right.
don't have
Well,
anything in my. So
you can say
I
your
would just
commentary.
be an Ed McMahon to you.
You'll be my Andy.
I prefer Ed McMahon, but
Fine. I'll be my own Conan by myself before Andy Richter. Yeah, tomorrow night. But yeah, most likely be by myself tonight, which will be not bad. Um,
if I'm available, I will come on and
who knows? Maybe I could
be a good
maybe it's
moral support. Cheer on those great comics, the best of the week.
my 5 books I have for the week.
To be
uh,
fair, there are some cool books. I just don't have anything on a pull list. There's my next week's pull list. I got 5 books. Woo!
Prodigy. Yeah,
Following week's gonna
kind
be
of. I knew that was gonna be on there.
woo. All
All
right,
right,
kiddos.
Ed Brewer. See you. So yeah, I'll tomorrow night on Extreme Movie Show. is The Samaritan. That's gonna be at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6
Oh,
p.m.
I need to watch.
Central
When are you doing this?
tomorrow night on Extreme Movie Show. Tuesday
Wait,
night.
wait. I thought you were doing your show.
Yeah, it's 7 p.m. Central. 6 p.m.
Oh.
Central. I do with Rob. We do Extreme Movie Show. 7
Oh.
p.m. Central on my channel. Then I do my stuff. I always wait till after we're done with this. But The
Oh.
Samaritan with Stallone.
Oh,
All
okay.
right.
I was just about to ask you if you wanted to do something on the Samaritan, but you already got your own. You already got your own thing going.
Yes.
All right, cool. I'm gonna go watch the Samaritan. I think.
All right. I'm gonna go read some Hero Gasm, but first I need to get some hand sanitizer.
Yuck. Way too much info. Good night,
A hat
kids. Or say
only
something.
burns once.
Way too much info.